We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, EvoHeat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. EvoHeat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Shut up and sit down.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Ipswich for IROC, the Ipswich Race of Champions. You're watching it live with us here. Matt Payne bringing you all the action this weekend. Two-day event. Qualifying yesterday saw Jace Matthews on the pole. Rotax Light and Heavy, the Rotax event this weekend. We're green for 12. Down at turn number 1. Spinks on the outside front row with Wells and Tulloch row number 2. We're underway. Jace Matthews got 2 races in 1 out there. Heavy's getting their race underway also. Jace Matthews back on the podium at the second round of the Australian Kart Championship last weekend. Down the back straightaway they go for the first time. Matthews leading the way. Spinks drop back to third there as they come to the line. Wells has got himself into second spot now. Zach Thompson in position number 4. Then Cohen Kukotovic. Charlotte Page on the gas this weekend. She had a good weekend last weekend at the AKC during heat racing. Final didn't go her way. And she sits currently in position number 5 as they work their way up to the Autobahn corner for the second time. Our top 3 nose to tail at the moment. Wells having a look up the inside of Matthews. He retakes the race lead as they work their way out of the on-site rental group corner and onto the front stretch. As that group further back, Brent Redding trying to make his way up through the order in the number 58 machine. Of course, this is a Rotax Life event. All of our drivers working towards the Rotax event that'll be in Albury later on this year before heading across to the Kingdom of Bahrain for the grand finals the first weekend in December. Now they come to the line. Our top 3 still there, nose to tail. Toby Spinks in third. He's really closed down on Jace Matthews over the last lap or so. Matthews keeping Jack Wells very honest in the race lead. Our 4th place driver, Cohen Kukotovic, starting to close on down. Down the back stretch they go. Matthews has a look. No real estate available to him just there. Wells still holds on to the race lead. If I think correctly, it's a change of go-kart for Jack Wells. Certainly a change in colours, that's for sure. Kukotovic in 4th, really closing down. He's left Charlotte Page behind a little bit there. She's still holding down a solid 5th place. Through the right-hander at Autobahn they go. Getting the feeling that our 3rd place driver in Cohen Kukotovic is starting to wind it up a little bit here. Matthews back to the race lead. In the heavy division, Tyler Budden leading the way over Hayden Buchanan. Jack Black sitting there in 3rd spot. in heavies. Good to see Jack back behind the wheel. So start working their way around. Matthews leading the way, although he's showing up down the order in our timing system. Our timing people will have to fix that. Well, still there in second spot, followed by Spinks and Kukotovic. And Matthews starting to extend his advantage here. Great to see Jas back up on the wheel. Down the front stretch they go. Kicking things off here at IROC for 2025. Make sure you tune into the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube channel to see all the action throughout this weekend. Of course, IROC part of the Rotax Life event, where we're going to try and claim or set Team Australia to head over to the Kingdom of Bahrain for that World Final Series. A massive week that is. It'll be great to eventually host that in Australia. So Spinks with the new quickest lap of the race, 4 to go. He's sitting there in third spot. Matthews still leading the way. So now Spinks is in the slipstream of Jack Wells for second spot. Kukotovic, the next one on the racetrack as they come to the Capri straightaway. 3 laps to go. So Spinks on the tail of Wells here. 2.5 laps remaining in this one. Can he get it done? That's the question at the moment. Kukotovic is right there. He'll be pleased with his efforts so far to sit there in fourth spot. He's not too far off the back of our top group. Oh, gee. Spinks right on the tail now of Wells. And Kukotovic is close right in. Kukotovic, he's in a conversation with 2 laps remaining. Out of the Brisbane Kart corner. Tyler Budden still leading. Sorry, Brent Redding leading Rotax Heavy. Sammy Houston, heard from him last night. He's second in Rotax Heavy. Lincoln Chesser, third spot at this point in time. But here's the battle. This is in light. Down the front straightaway. We've got 2 races in one happening out there at the moment. Through the left-hander they go. Wells still holding on to second spot. So Jace Matthews, he's got a significant advantage, even though our timing screen's not showing him as the race leader. I'm not sure why that hasn't been updated. Checkered flag out for Jace Matthews. He gets a win over Jack Wells, then Toby Spinks, followed by Cohen Kukotovic. Charlotte Page down in 5th spot as they all start coming on through. Brent Redding will take out the Rotex Heavy Division. But it's all Jace Matthews and Brent Redding at this point in time. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back shortly here at Ipswich. So we're back here at the IROC Junior Road Tax on track and set for dispatch. Hamish Campbell, the Australia one. He won the event last year here, represented Australia at the World Finals in Sarno in Italy, trying to make it 2 out of 2 seasons. He's made the switch to Tony Kart Australia this year and was on pole for this one and leads them through the first turn to kick things off. Monty Jamison, well and truly in the mix. So too Gabriel O'Kayam. Riley Harrison at 24. Third place last weekend, the National Championships, the South Australian, in an all South Australian podium, that particular race. Dimmer McCarley looking to punch his way forward as well as they shoot down the back straight away for the first time. 12 laps on the board for this one. It's on for second at the moment. O'Kayam gets himself past Jemison, and he will keep an eye on Hamish Campbell. Hasn't had the best season so far as Gabriel O'Kayam, but he's looking very good out there at the moment, showing a great deal of pace. He certainly wants to try and put himself in the conversation as they head toward the Rotax Grand Finals later on this year. Down the back stretch they run. There's the gap between Hamish Campbell, the Gold Coaster, leading narrowly over Gabriel O'Kayam. The Space Cows flying out there in second. Oh, as I say that, he's dropped 2 spots. So O'Kayam drops back to 4th. I didn't see what happened there. I was focused elsewhere. As Jamison and Harrison have got through, O'Kayam in the orange helmet has to work a little bit harder here. He'll be quite annoyed with that, to be honest, as they work their way through the Autobahn corner. Nice little battle going on. O'Kayam under the pump. Dimmer McCarley pressuring him now. Through they come now. Geez, the lead that Hamish Campbell's got is quite significant now. There it is. It's out to about 15 cut lengths over Jamison. Then it's Harrison followed by O'Kayam with Dimmer McCarley punching on in position number 5. Cruz Petroni, the next one on track, Braxton Regan. Then it's Maxi Kerwin from the back of the bus, the Kiwi, Nico Clements. Then Archie Bristow, Buster Bailey and Leo Liu. Campbell's lead out to 1.2. 4 laps in the books now for Hamish Campbell. Monty Jamison holding down that second spot. Quickest driver on circuit at the moment's Monty. Through the Autobahn corner they go. On screen to 15 of Cruz Petroni. One of the Empire boys. Cruz doing a lot of racing this year. He's trying to close down on the back of Dimmer McCarley. But Hamish Campbell continues to extend the advantage up front. There's Jamison and Harrison. Harrison driving for the kart class team with David Serra. To the front straight away they come. Good to see Pete Pronetsky down on the fence giving his young driver the advice. Just to tell you what, our third place driver there in Harrison has closed right in on the back of Monty Jamison. I reckon he'll be in position to have a crack at the end of the back straight away. Let's see what the young South Australians got here. Down the back stretch they go. As I mentioned before, finished third in the Australian Kart Championship last weekend. Trust that you were tuning in if you weren't with us down there. Of course, now live and free on 7+, as we're live and free on the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube page this weekend. Oh. So here's the battle for second that you're watching at the moment. That's Jamison and Harrison. You have some of the best junior racers in Australia fighting it out here. 4 laps remaining in this one as they come down the Capri straight away into the Castledine Kink. Hamish's lead has just remained at 1.2 seconds pretty much for the last 5 or 6 laps as Jamison sets a new quickest lap time. McCarley's still in 4th. Petroni's still 5. Then Braxton Regan, he sits 6th. Maxi Kerwin sitting in 7th spot. He's up a few. Three laps remaining in this one now. Campbell leads them down through turn number 1. So it looks like Jamison might have put pay to the punch from Riley Harrison. Harrison's dropped off the back of Jamison when he was right in the slipstream. So it's pretty pronounced, the gap that Hamish Campbell holds at the moment. This is very unusual at this level for junior Rotax to be so spread out. Normally they're right there with each other. Of course, Rotax Junior not overly run throughout Australia at the moment. Back in a day, it was probably one of the most competitive classes in the country. And a number of those drivers have gone on to bigger and better things. Remains to be seen what Hamish has got in his future. But he's certainly well and truly on the way towards qualifying for the qualifier, you've got to say, with this dominant performance. Qualified on pole and now is leading by a significant margin. There's Jamison coming through, followed by Harrison. They'll be doing some work down there between races. Checkered flag is being unfurled. Campbell down behind the steering wheel. He's not given up on this one as they come through the final set of turns. Checkered flag at the ready. It's Hamish Campbell who gets it done. Monty Jamison home in second. Then Riley Harrison. And it's McCarley. Followed by Petroni, then Regan. Kerwin up to 7th. Then Bristow. Followed by Bailey, then Clements. Gabriel O'Kime dropped to 11th spot. So not sure what happened to Gab. Then Leo Liu rounds out our finishes. We're going to take a break. Be back shortly.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
Welcome back to Ipswich KA3 Senior on circuit for their first race of the weekend. Zach Hurd, he's been on the gas over the last couple of weeks. He'll start on the pole. Annabelle Kennedy, superb qualifying to start the outside front row. Dominic Penman, Christian Sasso, the next row. Jet Adams and Will Thompson, the next row of the grid. And we are green in this one. 12 on the board. And Hurd it is who leads away in the Carlton Republic. Penman's got himself up to second spot for Empire. As they work their way out of RHQ corner. To the left-hander now. It's nice and tightly bunched in this KO3 Senior IROC race. Penman in the slipstream here. The youngster. Looking to try and give it to Zach Hurd. Out of the final turn they come. Annabelle sitting there in third spot. Doing a terrific job. Sasso in fourth. Will Thompson the Victorian in fifth spot. Christian Astasi, the New South Welshman, in position number 6 at the moment. It's nice and tight at the front. It's an Australian Championship quality field. Of course, this weekend we're running all of the Australian Kart Championship classes. We'll head up here for our winter tour for the AKC. Looking forward to that one, the third round of the series. Only a couple of weekends away down in Newcastle. Looking forward to heading back home for that one. Will Thompson in fifth spot, quickest lap of the race. He's charging on. Penman unable to do anything about Hurd at the moment. Sasso. He's winding up for a move for second. He goes up the inside and takes over Penman. Now he's the one that's going to lead the charge as they go down the front stretch. In fact, that's Jet Adamson in a 71. He's not showing up on our timing screen at the minute. So Hurd leads the way over Adamson. Adamson won the opening round of the Australian Championship down in Melbourne a few weeks ago. Up to the Autobahn corner they run. Our top three absolutely nose to tail. Out of Howard's concreting corner they come. Sasso still fourth. He's a margin behind our top three at the moment. Annabelle Kennedy in fifth spot. It's a final opportunity that these drivers get to race on Ipswich before we bring the Nationals here. Will Thompson still in sixth spot, him and Astasi. Had a bit of a back and forth as the top three come down the back stretch. Oh, Penman's fired up again now. The green and black card in third, the number 70. Hurd leading the way in the KR. Adamson now in second spot. So it's KR 1 and 2 at the moment. Then Penman, quickest lap of the race. So, well, Dom's kart didn't necessarily have the run during the early stages of this one. He's now begun to pick it up. Thompson and Astasi on screen. They're fighting it out. Further down the order, Henry Stratford sets the quickest lap of the race. He's currently in 8th spot. This is an absolutely stacked field. The majority of these drivers are contenders nationally. Matty Feather a bit off the pace so far today in 11th spot. This group of three at the front. Hurd leading the way over Adamson and Penman. Down the front stretch they go. Adamson, he's starting to wind himself up to have a look. Adamson really having a look here. Penman will pick up the crumbs if something happens in front of him. But don't discount Christian Sasso in 4th spot either, because he's starting to show the pace as the front three get into each other. They'll have 4 laps to go when they come to the line the next time. Hurd dropping back into the clutches of Adamson and Penman. Now this group's going at it as well. Penman's on here as they come out of RHQ. Can he make the move on Jet Adamson? Oh, Hurd got a terrible run out of Video Pro. That's really going to open it up as they hit the back straight away. Adamson in the slipstream. He's going to look at the hairpin. Up the inside he goes, and we've got a new race leader, Jet Adamson. And now Sasso, he's right on the hammer of the top three. The Victorians part of this conversation as they go down to turn number 1. Our top 4 absolutely together now. Annabelle Kennedy's not too far. Off the back of it, out of RHQ they go. Here they come towards us at Video Pro. Our top 5 absolutely together. This is KA3 racing the KA100 motor, delivering yet again. They'll have 2 to go when they come to the line. What a great battle this is. And not too far off the back of it, it's Bill Thompson in the 14. Adamson holding on to it. He's got to be cautious here because Zach Hurd is not afraid to have a go. And certainly with 4 other drivers behind him, he'll be definitely keen to do that. Down the back stretch they run. Oh, Penman up the inside. He was under attack there. Was Dominic Penman from Christian Sasso. And in fact, Annabelle Kennedy has got through on Sasso. So it's Adamson, Hurd, Penman, Kennedy, Sasso, Thompson. That's your top 6, and now we're on the last lap. Our top 2 have actually pulled clear. Penman, I think, was getting concerned about Sasso passing him, and now he's got to worry about Annabelle Kennedy, and the gap to the top 2 has opened up here. Only a few more corners left remaining in this one. What a way to kick KA3 Senior off. Checkered flag at the ready. Jet Adamson now through the on-site Renault Group corner. And it's Adamson who leads them to the line. Overheard. Then it's Penman, followed by Kennedy. Then Christian Sasso, Will Thompson, Estasi, Stratford, Fish, Simonelli. Then it was Feather, followed by Reed, Chatton, Rosso, Kittle. That is your top 15. Then it's Pease, Yarwood, Rab Jones, Turnbull, then Sonta and Brennan. That rounds out KA3. We're going to take a break. Be back soon. We're underway with this Cadet 12 race. This is Group A versus D. Yesterday after qualifying, given that we are beyond track capacity, we split them into 4 groups. This is the group that qualified from the front row first and fourth yesterday, and so on and so forth. 5th and 9th was the second row of the grid. As we are underway, we've got 2 races of Cadet 12. Always exciting, always bring big numbers, regardless of where you go. As they head down the back stretch, Aston Mills, he was off the front row. Working their way out of Howard's concreting corner. Aston dropping back to second spot. It's Jeremy Broadbent who leads the way. Carter Grother, he's on the pace this weekend, sitting in third spot at the minute. Lucas Losco in fourth. Then in fifth spot is Brocky Nolan, the Townsvillian. Oh, Brocky gets it out in the dirt. The Top Gun driver had a good weekend last weekend at the Nationals. So did his brother Luke, actually. The best that I've seen Luke perform. The final wasn't necessarily that spectacular for Luke, but we'll see him in action later on today as they work their way out of Howard's concreting. Broadbent leading the way. Mills has dropped to third spot now. Grother up to second. They've finally got a handle on this new Soddy cart for Carter Grother, the French-built chassis. Out of RHQ corner they go. Broadbent leading the way, but he's under the pump from the Chuppa Chup kid. Through Autobahn turn they run. In third spot, Losco under the pump here. He got past Mills in the Birrell Art, but Mills keeping him very honest down through the hairpin as they try and catch the gap to Broadbent and Grother. Out of the final turn they come. Oh, gee, Nolan, he's fighting his way back there. He gets through on Mills. After making that mistake early on, Nolan's got the green and black helmet. They're in fourth position. Now he makes a move at the Video Pro corner. Oh, Mills. Oh, he tried to take advantage. Couldn't make it work. That's left him vulnerable to Toby Henderson now. Down the back straight they go. There's Nolan sitting in third spot as they come to the line. Made the change this year, went to Troy Hunt's Top Gun Academy. Still has Luke Flynn twisting the spanners for him. Through Brisbane Cart's corner. Broadbent and Grother have got a slight advantage here now. Grother in the lead. Carter leads the way as they head to the back straight. So around they come. Coming up to complete lap number 5, 7 to go. There's a good battle going on. A bit further back, that's Mills up against Henderson for 5th and 6th spot. That's in your screen at the moment. Mills with the white helmet, Henderson with the orange. Henderson up the inside. Not quite close enough there. Couldn't get it done. He'll have to try again. As Grother continues to extend his lead up the front. Oh, Nolan having a look now. Brocky Nolan, a number 17 on screen. He's all over the back of our second place runner. He's up the inside now. Nolan goes to second, so he made a mistake early in the race, and now he's fought his way back to second. The former Cadet 9 Australian champion. Down the back straight away they go. Second, third and fourth, nose to tail, Losco. He's involved in this one as well. Oh, they're still side by side. That was a cool insert shot from Amberley. Of course, we are next to the Amberley Air Force Base. And plenty going on with the RAAF at the moment as Carter Grother has opened his lead to 1.1 seconds over Brock Nolan, who's starting to pull away now from your early race leader, Jeremy Broadbent. Oh, Mills has a look. He'll go to third. Beautiful move there. All these drivers between the ages of 9 and 12. They're side by side yet again. Oh boy, here comes Henderson. He goes down the inside at the hairpin and makes up a spot. Grother's lead, 1.6 seconds now. 4 laps remaining. Nolan in second, Broadbent third, followed by Henderson. In fact, Broadbent's dropped back to 5th spot in this one. Down in front straight away comes your race leader. G. Mills in third has just chimed in with the quickest lap of the race, a 53.468. He's nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than Nolan in front of him. So he's got some late pace here. It's Astor Mills. The Vortex Mini Rock motor working to his advantage at the minute. It's a 60cc air-cooled engine. They're all using Maxxis tyres. 110 kilo minimum driver and can't wait as they go down the back straight. Oh, it's on here. Brock Nolan under the pump. He's really under the pump now from Aston Mills. Mills in third spot. He's found some pace late in this one. 2 laps to go. Henderson sitting in fourth. He'll be there or thereabouts once this fight takes off. Nolan holding on to it at the minute. He's trying to close the gap down to your race leader in Carter Grother. It's down to 1.1. Nolan just over 1/10 of a second quicker than Grother out there at the minute. They come to the line. They've got the last lap board on display here on our Alley Tracks light system. Oh no, Carter's gone around. Can you believe it? Grother has spun from the race lead. On the last lap, he had 1 second up on the field and he spins all on his own. That gives Brock Nolan the lead. Oh, tragedy for young Carter. He'll be absolutely sprinting. Oh, Mills up the inside. Oh, Henderson around the outside. Checkered flag at the ready. Who's it going to be? Nolan. He went from third back to first. And he gets it done. Big run there for Brocky Nolan. What a last lap we just had. Henderson gets home in second, then Mills, followed by Broadbent. Then it was Lucas Roscoe. Judah Moon home in sixth spot. Paige Flack, then Jack Masiko, Kenny Marita, and Marcus Corby rounds out your top 10 in our first Cadet 12 race. We've got another one to come straight after this break. Welcome back to Ipswich. Our second Cadet 12 race is out on Circuit Alana Gurney. We'll start on the pole in this one aboard the 84. Ricardo Johnson, the outside front row. Oscar Ray and Jensen Damasceno, the next row. Lennox Carson and Ollie Black, the third row of the grid. Ollie Williamson, I should say. Knox Black, the next one out there. Then Majorek. Down to turn number one, they charge for the first time. Everyone through there without drama. Alana leading the way. Great qualifying from her yesterday to be second. So this is Group B and Group C of our four groups of Cadet 12s. Our entries exceeded track limits, so we've broken them into their groups. Out of the Autobahn corner they go. Gee, this is tight. But as we saw... Oh, no, we've lost a wheel at the back of the field. Got a driver off the circuit. You see him in the bottom of your screen. Down the front stretch they go. Johnson had a look up the inside. Alanis dropped to fourth. Ray up to second. Alanis found a reverse out there. She's down to seventh. As we get another move for the race lead. Heading their way up to the Autobahn turn. This is tight. It's very tight out there between our top group. Oh, nearly 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin. It's only early, boys. Oh, the barrel gets sideways on. That was a 33 machine. It knocks Black. He's dropped a few spots. Johnson leads away over Williamson, who's come through superbly in the early stage of this one. Damasceno, he's to third spot. Then Madrick, followed by Black, Gurney, Carson, Spence, Nader and Clavel, rounding out your top 10. This is packed, this field. So Oliver Williamson in second spot, trying to make some real estate work for him as he's chasing down Ricardo Johnson. Now Williamson's got an inside run, gets it done on the entry to turn number 1. New race leader, Oliver Williamson. Johnson now contending with Damasceno in the white helmet in third spot. Through the RHQ corner they go. Frankie Madrick, the quickest driver on the circuit at the minute in fourth. It is set a 53.739. He was 0.3 quicker than Damasceno in front of him. It's starting to tighten up here. Onto the Caprice, straight away they go. Johnson fighting back. But it's the New South Welshman, Oliver Williamson, who leads away at the minute. Actually, Ollie's, what's happened there? Where's Ollie gone? He's dropped back to fourth. Got shuffled sideways at turn number 1. It's all happening out there. It's our third race lead change this lap. Down the back straight away they come. So Damasceno, the EKS cart, leads away over Black, who's fought back, then Carson, followed by Williamson, then Madrick in fifth. So Jensen, he's leading the way, but not for much longer. Black goes inside. Oh, Williamson fighting back here. He's up to second. Knocks Black up to, or trying to get into third spot now. Out of the final corner they come. 6 laps remaining. And it's now Carson who leads away. So Lennox Carson, he's your race leader over Oliver Williamson. Ollie, the current Cadet 9 Australian champion, moved up to Cadet 12 this year. Oh no, Damasceno. He makes a mistake and gets out into the dirt. Gets the elbows out We're going to go to a full course caution here. Got an issue on circuit. We've got a few of them that have gone around. So this is our version of a safety car. Effectively, the race leader will take control of the pace of the race. It's good news if you're the 71 of Frankie Madgerick, because you can close right into the top three. I know there was a couple that went around. I can't see a driver that has an issue out there. So they come under the control of Lennox Carson. Your race lead up. Oliver Williamson still in second spot. We're only halfway through this one. There are 12 laps on the board to get things underway. Alana Gurney in fifth spot now. Flack in sixth. Damashina has dropped to seventh. Ivor Spence in eighth. And Nick Kinder in ninth spot. Max Nader rounding at your top 10. Followed by Mason Martin. Jack Warewski. Then Johnson. Spence is in 15th spot. We're green. So there's 5 to go. So Carson still leading the way. Williamson charging on in second. Knox Black's come back into the calculation now. Alana Gurney in fourth. She's there. Oh, big move there from Alana. Down the backstretch they go now. Williamson up the inside. He retakes the race lead. But for how much longer? Black up to second. Brilliant racing here. So 3 laps remaining. Williamson leads away over Knox Black. The red helmet driver in second spot, driving the Birolata out of RHQ they go. Carson, he's attempting to reapply himself here. It's given Alana Gurney an opening here now. She's into third. So Alana up to P3. Down the back straightaway they go. Two laps remaining now for Oliver Williamson as he crosses the line. Alana's up to second spot now. Then Chelsea Flack on the charge. She's into fourth. Toward the Video Pro corner they run. Williamson comfortable. Alana's dropped back to third, but she's on the outside, trying to have a look for that second spot again. Doesn't work this time. Carson uses the inside advantage. They'll come around, I'll get the last lap board. Oliver Williamson leading comfortably at the minute. 1 to go. So Williamson looks like he's got this one in his safekeeping at the minute. Carson comfortable in second. Damasceno in third, under attack from Alana Gurney again. Out of Video Pro for the final time. KA2 coming up next. So Gurney, she looks up the inside of Jensen Damasceno. Can't get it done, though. She remains in fourth. Checkered flag on display for Oliver Williamson. Carcinome in second spot, then Damasceno. Then it was Gurney, followed by Spence, Chelsea Black, Madrick, Kinder. Then Nader, Martin, Ray, Johnson, Riborevsky, and Spencer Jackson, with Petouche and Gerson rounding out your finishes in that one. But Williamson gets it done by 0.2 of a second. We'll take a break, be back shortly.
Evo Heat are the industry specialists in energy-efficient pool heating and cooling technology. With the largest range of energy-efficient pool heating solutions, Evo Heat will help you maximise your pool so you can swim every day. Australian-owned and operated with more than 15 years of experience providing award-winning heating and cooling solutions. Evo Heat are the industry's preferred supplier of pool and spa heat pump technology. Visit evoheat.com.au today to find out how you can enjoy year-round swimming.
So out they come, a Premier Junior category, KA2. Liam Carr, the poleman. What a run of form he's been in of late. Chad Risman, a beautiful qualifying for him. Cooper Foley out of 3. Maxi Kerwin the next one. And now they go down to turn number 1. Australia's leading junior category. A couple of them have come together at turn 1, which is generally what we become accustomed to. But the Sydney side of Liam Carr, he leads the way at the moment. He extended his Australian Championship lead from 1 point at the start of last weekend to 16 points at the completion. He was on fire. He didn't win the round, but extremely good as they work their way through Howard's concreting for the first time. Richmond holding down to second. Cooper Foley, the young superstar, in third spot. Cooper, the winner of the first round of the Aussie Champs. Maxi Kerwin, the Kiwi, looking solid in fourth spot at the moment. The familiar black helmet with the orange fleck. Tyson McGill running fifth place right now. Then Levi Dosell. Jai Flynn had one of his best weekends nationally last weekend, making the podium for CXR. He currently runs in seventh spot. Seth Huth in eighth. Then Poppy Rule and Declan Hicks rounding out your top 10 as they come on through. 2 laps down now. Hamish Campbell didn't get a lap in yesterday during qualifying. Of course, he's already won a race here this morning. He's got to try and fight his way through the Tony Kart Australia operator. Follow the quickest on circuit at the minute. Richmond doing a very solid job in second place out there. Obviously was quick in qualifying, and that's continuing right now as they come down the front stretch. Flynn's up to sixth spot as we're now 3 laps into this. Carr was the quickest on circuit the last time through. Our top half dozen all doing personal bests. He race leader the fastest. A 46.919. So Richmond responds with a 46.773, although that's only 4 1,000ths faster than what your race leader did. It's still faster though. Chad Richmond on fire this weekend, driving out of the J&D outfit for Beryl Art. G. Richmond's picked it up this last couple of laps. He's right there with 7 laps remaining to be on the tail of Carr. He's right there with him. Liam Carr, the form junior in Australia at the moment. The end of last year, something clicked with him, and it's been converted. I actually think it was this very racetrack where we first start to see Liam come to the fore. As I mentioned before, he's now got a 16-point lead in the Australian Championship. Hamish Campbell had an absolute shocker last weekend. They weren't happy. They were turning around this weekend to pick things up and certainly get it back on track in Newcastle when we go to round number 3, then back here for round 4. And then finalising the Aussie Champs in Coffs Harbour. Carr's responded here. A 46.6 for Rissman. A 46.5 for Carr. Five laps to go. Folly still holding down third. No challenge coming from Kerwin. McGill in a solid fifth spot. Not much doing there. In sixth place is Flynn. And he's really punching on as Jai Flynn. You can see the green helmet coming towards you. So Rissman still keeping Carr fairly honest here. It's the Kart Republic of Liam Carr leading the way, the Sydney side up. Rissman at 22, right on his tail. They'll have three to go when they come to the line the next time. The lead's just over 0.3 of a second as Carr goes faster than anyone. The Vortex DVSJ Motors absolutely screaming their way down the front stretch here. So Rissman responds with a new quickest lap of 46.374. Almost a tenth quicker than Carr that time. Down the back straight away they go. The pair of them nose to tail. Folly's comfortable in third at the minute. Kerwin's not so comfortable in fourth because Jai Flynn is right on his tail as they come down. The Capri straight away and up the inside goes Jai Flynn and does it in commanding fashion. Taking over that fourth spot from Max Kerwin. Now he's under attack from Levi Docell. So the two CXR racers really putting Kerwin to the pump. Through Autobahn they go now, down the backstretch. Last lap, one to go. Carr holding on to it. Can Rissman do anything here? To be the first KO2 win that I've seen of Chad Rissman if he can get it done. Liam Carr knows his way around and knows what it takes to win at this level. Through the Video Pro corner. Checkered flag being unfurled. Rissman's close enough if he wants to have a look down the backstretch. He doesn't go deep enough under brakes. Through the last couple of turns they come. It's going to be Liam Carr who holds on and gets another win. Second spot goes to Rissman, then Cooper Folly home in third place. Then it was Flynn, Kerwin, McGill, Huth home in seventh spot. Then Rule, followed by Docell, Hicks, Lammers just outside your 10. Campbell working his way up to 12th spot. Then Crittil, Powers, Wrigley, Bartlett, Burke, Mangano and Coma. We're going to take a break and be back soon.
Shut up and sit down.
Oh, you. Smart. That's smart. So on the racetrack now, welcome back. We've got tag 125 in our opening race of the weekend. Jackson Susatalo on pole. Charlotte Page, absolutely on fire, the outside front row. Although she's been gobbled up on the entry to turn number 1, drops back to 4th. Couple going a bit slow towards the back. They've had their own little issues. But it's Susatalo who leads the way. Geordie Slater dropping himself into second spot with Brent Redding. Double duty this weekend. He's sitting there in third. With Charlotte in fourth. Back straightaway time. Oh! Down the inside. Page went for a big move and has collected 2 of them. That move wasn't on at all. And it's Susatalo who leads away over Will Marshall, then Thompson, followed by Dag. Good to see Mikaela Mazuria back behind the wheel in 5th spot. Then DeSalle, Newton, Garraway, Sammy Houston, and Brad McNaught rounds out your top 10. Will Marshall under the pump. The Marshalls drop back to third now. As they come towards the line, it's Thompson who's got himself up into second place. 4th spot is Mikaela Mazuria. He colours for Mazuria as he's back behind the wheel. Of course, a national champion last year. He's starting to put Will Marshall under the pump. More than putting him under the pump, he drops him back to 4th. Although Marshall's going to have a look on the inside in the JGM machine. So Susatalo leading by 2 seconds now over Thompson, the Victorian, under pressure from La Mazuria as they head toward the Video Pro turn. Marshall's got Newton behind him, pushing on. Then Josh Dagg in close combat as well. DeSalle got by... DeSalle's in 7th. Houston got by Garraway, I should say. Hugo a bit off the pace this weekend. So La Mazuria in 2nd spot. Can he do anything about the driver in front of him, Mikaela Mazuria? Fastest driver on circuit. There's the gap from 1st to 2nd. And everyone else in close fighting nature behind. So Marshall's still sitting there in 4th spot in the 17. Trying to work over the tail of Zach Thompson. Not able to do anything about him at the moment. Newton keeping both of them fairly honest. Page pulls out of the race. Lemazuri has left Thompson behind here. Plenty of pace on board. The number 95 of Mecca. This group at 3, headed up by Marshall. He's got Newton and Dag right on his tail. Bit going on further back as they come to the line now. Halfway there, 6 laps down. Good battle. Marshall's dropped one to Newton. Well, that group was battling it out. That's allowed Thompson to pull away in third spot. The gap from your race leader, Susan Harlow, has dropped to 1.2 seconds. With Lemazuri in second spot. And charging on. He was nearly 2/10 quicker than JSH the last time by. Another new quickest lap of the race to Mika. 1/10.5 quicker than Susan Harlow. With 5 remaining. Thompson sitting in third spot still. So he comes around the turn. Fourth placing still Newton, followed by Marshall. Now the move comes further back in the pack. That's the 73 of Geordie Slater, making his way past Jack DeSell for 9th place. Battles going on right throughout our field here. Further back, Muscarello gets past Rob Kingston. It's down under a second, the battle for the lead. There's Susan Harlow. Of course, running his own JSH racing operation, as well as competing just about every weekend. One of the bigger teams throughout Australia is JSH these days. Susan Harlow's maintained his pace over Lemazuri. Thompson's still there in third spot. He's quite a distance behind now. Is Zach Thompson with a lap and a half to go. Trent Newton applying some pressure to him. Newton having a look. He's not close enough right there. He's going to have to try further around the course. He's got the pace at the moment. There's Trent Newton aboard the number 46. And he's more than got the pace. He opens the door on Thompson and takes over the third spot. Still Marshall's under the pump here. This time from Josh Dagg and Hugo Garraway, who's been one of our movers forward. Garraway having a look at the back of Dagg now. Last lap for Jackson Susan Harlow. One remaining. He qualified on pole and he's been a dominant force in this race. Mika Lemazuri. He will be there or thereabouts as we head towards our finals tomorrow. Jacket flags at the ready. JSH leads them through onto the front stretch. Checkered flag out. Susanalo gets it done over Mikaela Missouri. Third spot will go the way of Newton over Thompson. Then it was Marshall who survived the battle from Dag and Garraway. DeSell. Then it was Slater. Sammy Houston working his way through to complete your top 10. Then it was Brad McNaught, Cowie, Morrison, Webb, and Cheney running at your 15. Muscarello, Kukotovic, Geldard, Soward, and Vandenbroek running out your top 20. We're going to take a break. Be back soon.
Shut up and sit down.
Welcome back to the Ipswich Race of Champions for 2025. DD2 and DD2 Masters hit the circuit. Harry Hoey due to start on the pole. Haven't seen Harry come out on circuit, so no Harry. Put your hand. Toby Spinks the pole. Bailey Sagadak. The next one out there. Then Josh Garrard in the 9. Brock Plum. Troy Bretherton, who won the Masters here last year. Scott Cleveland. Then Wood, Mathers and Gray. So 2-speed gearboxed DD2 carts. Set for a start. Away. Down to turn one. And it's Spinks in the 96 who leads the way out there. Pretty sure Howie had work commitments this weekend. Qualified yesterday. Certainly getting his time back behind the wheel of the DD2 ahead of the Rotax qualification meeting. Of course, this year, the Rotax Life events that have taken place around a number of circuits lead toward the Rotax Nationals, which then will crown Team Australia. To qualify, you've got to have competed in a Rotax Life event. So Spinks leads over Sagadak. Then Plum, Goddard, Bretherton, Cleveland, Wood, Mathers and Gray. Through the video pro turn they go. Spinks doing it comfortably at the moment. So the lead's out to just over half a second between Spinks and Sagadak. Bailey taking to a Tony kart for this DD2 event. To the back stretch they go. Working lap number 3. So Spinks' lead out to nearly 0.8 of a second now. 125cc water-cooled motors. They're quite unusual DD2, and they don't run a chain. So it's a direct drive. That's what DD stands for. And they've got a 2-speed gearbox manufactured by Rotax over in Austria. So Sagadak's still holding on to second. Brock Plum doing a fair job in third spot. Although Josh Goddard is starting to apply some pressure to his tail. Spinks continuing to lead the way. .1 seconds the lead now from Spinks. Back to Sagadak, a pretty standard race going on. Further back, Plum still under the pump from Josh Goddard, who hasn't actually been able to make a move. Troy Bretherton leading Masters in the number 6 kart over Scott Cleveland. Then Wood, Mathers and Gray. So we have 5 laps to go. Sagadak with the new quickest lap of the race. He's not close enough to really have a look at the back of Toby Spinks at the moment. The gap sitting at 8 tenths now. Sagadak's picked it up with 5 to go. Can he catch up to the rear of your race leader? Great to have your company for this IROC event. Wherever you might be watching us from. So Sagadak continuing to get faster out here in second place. We're working lap number 9 of our 12. It was a 47.006 the last time from Sagadak, a 47.189 from Toby Spinks, your race leader. Still going on between Plum and Goddard. Bretho still leading Masters over Cleveland and Wood, with Mathers and Gray behind them. Gee, Sagadak's picked it up here. It's down to 4 tenths of a second with 2 laps remaining for the driver in the number 25. Spinks has got to have his wits about him. Sagadak, of course, a regular KZ2 driver. Stepping into DD2 this weekend. Still allow him to qualify for the Rotax Nationals coming up later on this year. Last lap board on display now. Toby Spinks. Can he get the W here? He's responded with the quickest lap of the race. A 46.964. He's got a fairly comfortable at the moment. Sagadak just doesn't have that 1 or 2% more that he needs at the minute. Checkered flag at the ready for your race leader, Toby Spinks. He comes through Howard Concreting for the final time and will get the job done. Second place goes to Bailey Sagadak by a comfortable margin. Third position, Brock Plum hangs on to, followed by Goddard. Bretherton takes out Masters over Scott Cleveland, then Adam Wood and Angus Mathers. That completes our DD2 Racing KF3 Junior coming up soon. We'll take a break and be back. Welcome back to Ipswich. We've got KA3 Junior on track. We've had to split these into 4 different groups. Jet Saragi, Xander Watts on the front row, Luke Nolan and Oscar Hannock on row number 2. Set for a start. We're away. K3 Junior, always tight through turn number 1, but they're through there without problem. And up here with me in commentary is our KA2 star, Cooper Foley. Great to have you with me.
Thanks, Matt. How you going?
Mate, I'm going all right. I'm going pretty good. It's a beautiful day here in Ipswich and plenty going on out there. Big numbers, as always, of course, our drivers with the last opportunity to see this track before we come to the Australian Championship a little bit later on this year. It's got to move for the lead going on down into the hairpin, and that hasn't paid off. Yes, it has, actually. Mate, you're off to a flyer in your Australian Kart Championship year. Last weekend didn't necessarily yield the points that you were looking for, but you weren't too far away.
Look, I think, we always try our best, but I think it wasn't the best weekend for us. We would have liked to get on the podium considering how well we did at Todd Road, but we got points. That's all that matters for me.
Mate, you jumped into KO2 with absolute devastation and dominated the opening round of the championship. What was that like for you, jumping straight from Cadet 12 into KO2?
Look, it's pretty hard on the physical side of things, but mentally I was prepared for it. It's just whether I could last the whole 20-odd laps of AKC.
We did pretty well at that. Rest of the championship, we're off to Newcastle next in a few weeks' time, then home, then Coffs Harbour. What are your thoughts for the rest of the series?
I'm looking forward to Newcastle. It's going to be a tough track for me. It's so physical and bumpy. Because of how light I am, we do run a lot of lead, so we're going to struggle there because the kart doesn't agree with the lead. Like, it sort of bounces on bumpy tracks. But we'll see how we go.
When Cooper mentions lead, of course, if you are under the minimum driver and kart weight, generally they will add lead to the kart. You do have a minimum that you have to meet when you go racing here as Jet Saragi continues to lead the way. Luke Nolan, he is on fire at the moment. He's in second spot for the Top Gun Racing Academy. Then it's Watts, Oscar Hannock in the Pantano kart. Brought into Australia by my good mate Lee Cocker. And Oscar making his debut just last weekend in that kart, and now sitting in 4th spot as they work their way through the Video Pro corner. What have you seen so far?
Luke Nolan's actually doing a very well job out in front. I've actually never seen, who is it? What's his name, sorry? In front?
Jet Saragi.
Yeah, I've never actually heard of him, so it's good to see him up at the front. But Oscar Hannock's doing really well on the... What card is it again?
A Pantano kart.
Yeah, those carts look so well built, so it's good to see them doing well.
Yeah, brand new chassis coming into Australia. Another name imported through South Australia. Now Oscar's up to 3rd spot out there. I thought he'd lost pace, but he's actually picked it up. Next one in his sights will be Luke Nolan. Yeah, Luke, as you mentioned before, Luke's just doing such a good job this year. I was speaking to Luke, his driver trainer, ahead of last weekend, and he said there's just something about him. He's just come into this year and said, I want to win. I need to get it together, and he's doing it.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, last year he had a big one at turn number 1, so for him to recover and do so well this year, it's good to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. Saragi with the new fastest lap of the race of 49.613. Got Cooper Foley alongside me in commentary. Mate, talk us through the philosophy when you go into an Australian title race like you do, how do you approach it?
Look, we always try our best. We just think forward. We never think of what everyone else is doing. We just think of what we should be doing. We don't concentrate on the championship because that's when things go wrong. We just try and win all the rounds, do our best, get some good points.
And you're part of the Patricia course outfit with Beryl Art. The chassis seems to be making some big grounds at the moment.
Yeah, look, last round at Monado, it was awesome to see Kian and Guess doing so well. They definitely deserved it. Kian's been working so hard to get to where he is now. He has never really had the engine under him, but lucky enough that Rock suited that track so well.
Yeah, he was on fire last weekend, took the win by nearly 6 seconds, his first major win in Australia, which was great. As Saraki's looking dominant out here, we've got another KA3 junior race to come after this one. Xander Watts, new quickest lap of the race. A 49.480. So tell us a little more, Cooper. Where do you live? Where do you go to school? All that?
Well, to be honest, I'm actually homeschooled. My mum teaches me all my work and stuff. Because we've been so busy, especially with my sister who does gymnastics 16 hours a week. So we've just been so busy. We live around Maudslin in Gold Coast, Australia. Such a good spot there. It's really close to my dad's work in Nerang, he is a mechanic.
Yeah, right. And your sister's a gymnast.
Yes. Nothing to do with motorsport, but she does like a little bit of cars.
Is she a good gymnast?
To be honest, she's actually pretty good. She's won a few medals and stuff. But it's just so tough for those gymnasts 16 hours a week, 4 hours, I think 4 days a week. So it's so, like, gymnastics is so good for the physical side of things because you just got to be so physically strong and both mentally as well. You got to have the right attitude and stuff.
Certainly keeps your mum and dad busy with you karting almost every weekend and her off doing her gymnastics training.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So Jet Saragi continues to lead here. We're 8 laps down in this 12-lap race. Nolan's still second. Then Tucker in third spot, getting past Hennock on that lap. Xander Watts in fifth spot. Chad Rissman doing double duty this weekend. He's in sixth. And Bailey Petroni, Mason Lakiti in ninth spot. And Tyson McGill down the order in 10th placing at the minute. A couple of names further down the order than what we'd expect. Vince Terhorst in 15th. Max Mangano down in 17th position. Saragi leads by 1.4 seconds out there at the moment. Where do you want to go with your motorsport career, Cooper?
Anywhere in cars, to be honest. Like, cars, it's such a fun sport and you make good money. So I'd like to go to Porsche Carrera Cup, but if we, obviously, because it's so expensive, if we do unfortunately not be able to make it due to money, I'll try and get into engineering.
Oh, that's cool. There's a lot of kids that are coming from karting that are putting their hand up to get into engineering through STEM and all those sort of programs at the moment.
Yeah, I think karting, you got to be, like, both smart because you got to know kart setup. You learn so much with karting, just life. Like, you're around so much adults that know a lot of stuff that teach you, or your coaches and everything.
How's Damo on the spanners?
He's actually pretty good. Lucky enough we have Dylan to make sure he doesn't leave anything loose. But Dylan's amazing. He's super good. So is Trent and the whole Patricia course team.
Your old man leaving some stuff loose. He is pretty loose. As they come to the line, 1 lap to go. Saragi leading by 1.6 seconds now. Rissman's got his way past Watts. He was the quickest driver on circuit. It's been a pretty quiet race for KA3 Junior. Hasn't been a lot going on out there.
Not really. Lucky enough, Chad Risman, he just got past Xander Watt. He looks real quick on this lap. We'll see if he can get past Oscar Hennock.
Brisbane driving for the J&D team. Oh, ran it a little bit wide there at the top turn. Nick Percat, of course, in action in Tasmania at the Supercars Championship this weekend. As the checkered flag comes out for Jet Saragi. Nick not having the best weekend. He ended up with a fine yesterday for a pit lane infringement. Nolan home in second spot. Then Tucker, then Hannock, followed by Rissman and Watts. Bailey, then Petroni. Then it was Lakiti McGill rounding out your 10. Followed by Schmeisser McGrath. Sugden to Horse Weatherhead. Guard, then Mangano, Sydenham, Reed, Smith and Curry. That rounds out our first KO3 Junior Heat. One more to come. We're going to take a break. Be back soon. Good stuff.
Thanks, Matt.
We're back here at Ipswich, a race of champions. It's on this weekend. Our second group of KO3 Senior hits the circuit. Jai Flynn and Lana Flack to line up on the front row. Good qualifying from Johnny Wright. The Jets starting out of 4. Everyone away. 12 laps on the board for this one. Everyone through the first couple of turns without problem. But it's Flynn who leads away in the number 10 machine. Lana Flack going with him in second. Down the back straight away they go. Lana looking very good this weekend so far. She made the move up into juniors at the end of last year. Down the front stretch they come now. Flynn. Already looking a bit defensive. Braxton Regan. Of course, he won the opening round of the Australian Kart Championship in this category. Sitting there in third spot. With Alistair Leggett in fourth place. Johnny the Jet, P5. Then Riley Harrison, qualifying didn't go his way. He's just made it past Alex Boscarini into sixth spot. Then Pitaro, Bristow and Max Johnson rounding out your top 10. Quality field here of some of the best junior drivers in Australia. Flynn leading the way. He had a massive weekend last weekend down in Murray Bridge. Finished on the podium in the KA2 category, which is an awesome drive. He was on it all weekend. Was Jai Flynn, and he's picked up where he's left off, leading the way here in front of Lana Flack. Out of RHQ they go. Braxton Regan still third, followed by Leggett. Johnny the Jet in fifth has just done the quickest lap of the race. Lana really pushing onto the rear of Jai Flynn. Team down there giving Braxton the push along. In third spot, driving the Kart Republic chassis. Leggett in fourth place. He's looking strong out there at the minute. Driving for Rush Performance. Lana not close enough just at the moment to have a look up the inside of Jai. She's doing a solid job. Could be a confidence-boosting weekend for Lana as she goes to the race lead. New race leader in Lana Flack. Braxton Regan. That's given him a punch. He's now on the tail of Jai Flynn, the Sunshine Coaster. Plays guitar and drums, does Jai Flynn. Oh, and he goes straight back up the inside and takes over the race lead one more time. They're already starting to look defensive out there, and we're not even at the halfway point. Oh, bit of argy-bargy into the hairpin. Oh, Regan gets hung out to dry. Down through turn number one they go. Jai Flynn and Lana Flack absolutely nose to tail with 7 laps remaining here. The CXR, number 10, leads away over Flack, and they've actually opened up an advantage now. Leggett gets swamped up with Riley Harrison going up to third spot. He's got pace, has the South Australian. Look at this group. Braxton Regan trying to fight back here. He got shuffled backwards a lap ago. We're halfway there. Boscarini, he's moved up a spot. Archie Bristow's moved up 2. The king of the cadets last year. Lana Flack still right there with Jai Flynn as they come towards us on screen. Trust you're enjoying our live stream wherever you might be tuning in from on the Ipswich Kart Club YouTube channel or through Speed Cafe. Flynn down the back straight away. Harrison's catching in here in third spot. The gap from first to second is 0.2 of a second. The gap then is a further half a second back to Harrison. but it won't be that for much longer because this youngster really closing in on the back of Lana Flack now. Down the back stretch they charge. There's Flynn in the lead. You can see it's only about 3 cart lengths, probably larger than what it has been throughout the course of this race. Riley Harrison comes through in 3rd spot, followed by Alistair Leggett, then Braxton Regan. He's recovering. He's just done the quickest lap of anybody out there, a 49.651. So he's fast, Regan. He was just displaced a few laps ago with 4 remaining. Flack's picked up the pace again out there. In 2nd spot, closing it in to the tail of Jai Flynn. He's driven this one masterfully. He was in 2nd spot for all of 3 corners and then retook the lead and hasn't been challenged since as they come down the Capri Straight. Harrison with the quickest lap of anybody, a 49.465. He will now be in striking distance of Lana Flack as they go through the left-hander that alley tracks, then through Brisbane Cart Corner. Now on their way down to Video Pro. It's not a question of if, but when Riley Harrison has a look at Lana Flack. Could it be at the end of the back straight? Not close enough at the moment. They're in very close combat, the pair of them. Through the final couple of corners. 2 laps remaining for your race leader. Oh, gee. Harrison. He went for a move at turn 1. Wasn't going to pay off, but he's made it pay at turn number 2. The South Aussie goes to 2nd. Lana won't give this up without a fight, though. Out of RHQ they go. Up through Autobahn Corner. Harrison's hanging on to 2nd. But Lana, she won't give it up. She's close enough here to be in a slipstream on the front straight. We'll have a look at turn number 1. Not close enough, just there. Harrison's got pace. Jai Flynn leading by nearly 6/10 of a second. Harrison in 2nd spot, Flack in 3rd. Alistair Leggett doing a solid job in position number 4. And Braxton Regan holding down the 5th place out there at the minute. They'll get the last lap board when they come by the next time underneath the alley tracks gantry. Flynn comfortably leading now. Actually, checkered flags out. And Flynn gets it done. Harrison home in 2nd spot. Lana Flack home in 3rd. She gets the quickest lap on the final lap. Then it's Leggett followed by Regan. Then it's Boscarini Briscoe. Johnny Wright drops to 8th. Then Luca Pitaro. Maxie Johnson. Matthew Dixon. Jackson Duong home in 12th. Then it was Fisher. Rosso. Then it's Gatt home in 15th. Followed by Dawson, Mercury, Neal and Southgate. That rounds out your finishes. We're going to take a break. Be back soon. So welcome back to the IROC, the Ipswich Racer Champions. X30 out on track for their first race of the weekend. Isaac McNeil on the pole. Then it's a pair of Brodies, that being Whitmore and Norris. Next on the grid, Kikoski Hughes. Great to have Lockie Costa back in the 34. Stimson. Then March Miller, Cadado, Jacobson and Fraser. Good field. So shoot down through turn at number 1. And it's Isaac McNeil who converts the pole sitting into the race lead. Whitmore's dropped to third out there. Norris into second. Heading up through the Autobahn turn. Oh, Whitmore goes super deep. It's cost him ground. So they come to the line. McNeil, Norris, Whitmore, Kikoski. Costa's up to 5. Then Stimson and Miller. Rounding out your top 7 at the moment. Oh, Miller gets it wide into the dirt. You can see that in the background. Really stands out, that card of Josh Miller, the 13. There's Isaac McNeil. Podiumed last weekend in South Australia. The Australian Championship had a torrid final. McNeil leading by 0.8 of a second over Brodie Norris. Brodie Whitmore in third. Up through the top corner they run. So McNeil controlling the pace out the front at the moment over Brodie Norris. Kikoski still holding down 4th spot. Costa still in position number 5 at the minute, followed by Stimson. Then it's March, the Victorian. Hughes, Miller and Cordato. It's not going the way of Lewis Cordato at the moment, the Sydney sider. Down in 10th spot. Keegan Fraser, another one down the order, sitting in 12th at the minute. There's Norris and Whitmore. Whitmore getting the laps in prior to the Australian title 4th round here. New quickest lap for Whitmore in 3rd spot, a 47.464. Down the back straight away they go. Whitmore on the tail of Norris. He's just not that little bit closer that he needs to be right at the moment. Kikoski will be there to pick it up if they start to argue the situation. Kikoski just doesn't have that bit of extra pace that he needs to be fighting it out with those two in front of him. McNeil's done the quickest lap of the race, a 47.426. Well, Whitmore's finally been able to open a door and moved himself into second spot. So Brody up to P2 on Brody. Down the front stretch now. Six laps to go, so we're halfway home. Isaac McNeil. He's just got the eyes forward aboard the number 11. Racing in Formula 4 again this year. I caught up with his team manager, Josh Hunt, the other night. The team at Valenti Rosso were fresh from Sydney Motorsport Park, racing in GT and Radicals. Whitmore with the new quickest lap of the race of 47.241. So no change in the order as it currently sits. The top four are well clear of Lachlan Costa, who sits in fifth spot in the 34. To the line they come, still 4 to go for McNeil Whitmore. He goes nearly 4/10 of a second quicker than McNeil on that lap, so it's not over and done with just yet. There's still time for Whitmore in second to close that gap down to McNeil, particularly if he keeps on chiming in fastest laps like the 47.097 that he just did. So down the front stretch now. 3 remaining. The Empire Kart Sport team down there keeping an eye on McNeil. Miller's got through on Costa for 5th. So the field comes through. It's McNeil, followed by Whitmore, then Norris, Kukoski, Miller, then Costa, March, Hughes, Stimson, Lewis Cordato, then Fraser, Gathacol, and Jacobson. 2 to go now. 10 laps in the books for your race leader. Out at Brisbane Karts Corner he goes. There's the advantage that he's got. That's what 7/10 of a second looks like. So McNeil doing it comfortably at the moment, but Whitmore, he's not giving up the charge. Of course, he's playing towards tomorrow when we'll get to finals as McNeil comes to the line. 1 to go. Whitmore, another new quickest lap. Whitmore well and truly is on the pace, but he's got to do a bit to try and catch up with Isaac McNeil, the double junior Australian champion, leading the way in SX30. Race 125cc, water-cooled Iami Motors. Through Howard's concreting for the final time. Whitmore will be encouraged by the speed that he's been able to show in this one. But it's Isaac McNeil who gets the win over Whitmore. Then it's Norris. Kukoski home in 4th spot. Josh Miller home in 5th placing. Then it's Hughes, March, Stimson, Costas 9th. Then Cordato, Fraser, Gathacole, and Luke Jacobson rounding out your finishes. We're going to take a break. Be back soon here at Ipswich. Welcome back to Ipswich Cadet 9 on circuit. Felix Sim starting on pole. Luke Robinson out of P2. Ryder Zhong and RJ Bell Bowen off of the second row. Harry Lacken, a 99 out of 5. Hudson Kelly, fresh from a podium at the national level. He will start at a 6 in the 51. Eric Jamal, then Hagan Moon. Milan Sami has won both national title rounds this year. And the rest of them as we get underway. 12 on the board, a problem for the 12 in Jensen Farragher. And he is out of commission. Oh, RJ. He's got it wide and he's lost a whole heap of positions out there. His dad Roddy on the spanners with Carl Lindbaum. We've got the rocket in the house, Rod Bowen. Up to the top turn goes your race leader. That being Robinson. The parallel number 68. Move for second spot now. As they come to the line to complete their first lap. It's the 6 of Sim, who's moved himself into second with the 51 of Hudson Kelly. In third spot, Milan Sami's up to fourth. Eric Jamal, P5. Then it's Lakshong McGrath, Cooper Jamal, and Hagen Moon's your top 10 as they run at the moment. But Robinson has got a significant advantage out there at the minute. It was 0.8 of a second after the first lap. That's a big margin in this category of racing. As they come down the straightaway. Good battle going on for fourth spot out there as well. Ari Jamal getting his way past Milan Sami on that lap. There's four of them involved in that battle for fourth. Robinson and Sim have opened up an advantage over Hudson Kelly. Here comes that group past us now. Felix Sim winding up here for a move on Robinson. Nothing doing at the moment as they go down through the hairpin. Moon and Balboa get past Cameron McGrath down in 8th spot. Luke Robinson's lead. It's been cut right down by Felix Sim. The Cut Republic number 6 chasing down the parallel number 68. Hudson Kelly. He'll be there to pick it up if they start fighting it out. The third generation racer. Gee, Sim's close. Felix Sim goes up the inside and takes the race lead. That's the end of the fourth lap. There should be 8 to go. Luke Robinson fighting back here on the tail of Felix Sim. Hudson Kelly. He's got the head behind the wheel as he looks to close that gap to our top 2. Robinson thought about having a look there. Door wasn't open. Meantime, this little group battling it out for fourth. It's Milan Sami, Harry Lack and Ryder Zhong all involved right there. Ryder, of course, out of the Rush Performance stable, had an outstanding weekend at the Australian Championship round last weekend, has assumed the Cadet 9 Aussie Championship. So Robinson here in second spot, just trying to work his way through on how he can get by Felix Sim and reassume the race lead. 6 laps to go. Luke Robinson just did the quickest lap of the race. He sits there in second spot. Out of RHQ they go. Milan Sami still in fourth placing. It's become a battle in 5 with RJ Balboan joining the back of that one as you saw them come by the Video Pro sign. There's Sami. Black right behind him. Then Ryder Zhong. And Eric Jamal. 5 laps to go now. Jishong's starting to pick it up there in 6th spot further back. Through the right-hander at the top of the circuit. This little group of Sami, Lack and Zhong fighting it out. Trust you're enjoying the IROC if you're tuning in at home. Through the Capri Straight they go. 9 laps is now in the books. For 8 laps, I should say. They're working lap number 9. Felix Sims pulled clear of Luke Robinson out there. This little group. Ryder Zhong still punching on in 6th spot there. Zhong's actually made a spot. So he's up to position number 5 as Balboan. He's all over the back of Harry Lack here as they come down the front straight. Balboan looks to the inside. Will he get him? Yes, he does. So the Western Sydney race up inside the top 5 now. Working lap number 10 at the moment. Jishong's on it here. He's right behind Milan Sami. Couldn't get it done at the end of the backstretch. He'll have to try again. Will Ryder Zhong. He's got to be cautious though, because RJ Balboan is on fire. RJ may run out of laps here. But then again, stranger things have happened, as we've already seen today here during the IROC. Zhong's got a good run. Will Milan Sami open the door? I don't think so. Zhong will want to get up on his skates and try and get past Sami as they go down the backstretch. They'll get the last lap board the next time. No door open there for Ryder Zhong. One more to go for your race leader. Oh, back under the pump further back for Mary Jamal. Felix Sims been pretty dominant in this one. Comfortably in the race lead over Luke Robinson as they come by. Checkered flag will be unfurled. This time around for your race leader, Felix Sim. He's doing it with consummate ease. Further back, Zhong's unable to make any ground on Milan Sami, but your race leader becomes your race winner. Felix Sim gets it done over Luke Robinson. Then it was Hudson Kelly in third. Milan Sami, then Zhong, followed by Bilboan, then Harry Lack, Harry Jamal. Waiting on now for the remainder to come through. Emerson Mills finishes ninth, and Cameron McGar rounds out your top 10. We're going to take a break. Be back soon. We're about to bring it up a gear or 6 as KZ2 comes to the start line. A full standing start. Bailey Sagadak is your pole sitter. Jack Preston alongside. Great to see Brett Wells back up here with us. And Tommy Hunter, Matty Parker, Jack Webster and Jordan Ensby. That's your field green. We're away. And a beautiful start there from Preston. Took his first ever Australian Championship round win in any category last weekend. And he leads the way now in the Kart Republic. Sagadak looking to fight back here this weekend. Driving a Birillard chassis with support from IKD this year. Tommy Hunter, the second of the Birrills. Brett Wells is back in the saddle. 6-speed gearboxes. They'll do a whole heap of gear changes per lap. Ensby's had a stormer of a start. He's up to position number 4. Front of Wells and Parker. Jack Webster not with us. Through the Video Pro corner goes Jack Preston. This is the end of our first round of heats. We'll have a short break after this one. Preston's doing it comfortably at the minute. These things will get up to about 150 kilometres an hour around this circuit. Sagadak with the new quickest lap on the second, a 46.305 for the local driver. Jordan Ensby still fourth, behind Tommy Hunter, the 48 machine, in third. They're all getting a bit spread out there now that we're 3 laps in the books. Actually, Sagadak's just done another new fastest lap of the race and taken 3/10 out of the lead held by Jack Preston. Down the back stretch. Oh, Sagadak really having a look now. Bailey and Jack both regulars here at Ipswich. Bailey didn't have the weekend he was looking for at the Australian Championship round last weekend. You want to try and make amends here. It's nice and tight at the front now between our top 2. Everyone else very spread out throughout this racetrack. Preston's got to have his wits about him. Because Sagadak, if he can open a door, he'll have a go down the backstretch. Nearly 0.2 of a second to race lead from Jack Preston back to Bailey Sagadak. Further 3.2 seconds behind is Tom Hunter. Then 1.1 behind is Jordan Ensby. Then it's Brett Wells and Matty Parker. Number of drivers have travelled an appreciable margin to be with us here this weekend. Thank them for their participation, as we do our volunteer officials as well. to assist us each and every weekend right around Australia. If it's your first time watching kart racing on our live stream or here at the circuit, all the information that you need about the sport is on karting.net.au from the ages of 7 through to 70 plus. We cater for everybody in this sport. Preston's lead, just over 2/10. Now Sagadak has a look. Up the inside, door's not open. This style of racing tends to produce that. So what can Sagadak do about Preston here? He's putting him under the pump, but Preston's actually responded on this lap. They both lapped a very similar lap time. There was only 6/1000ths of a second between the pair of them in terms of their lap time the last time by. We're working lap number 8. It's the end of our first round of heats right here. Jordan Ensby starting to close in on the back of Tom Hunter. Preston's opened his lead to 0.8 of a second now. So Preston looking comfortable up the front. He's really commanding this. Here's your battle for third. Tom Hunter, the 48. Then the orange and black CRG of Jordan Ensby, a brand that he's become synonymous with the Italian kart. Well, these drivers have 6-speed gearboxes to their disposal, front braking capability as well. We're working lap number 10 now of our 12. Preston leads him across the line. Sagadak dropping back now. He's nearly a second behind your race leader. Tom Hunter doing a solid job in third placing. So too Jordan Ensby. Good to see Brett Wells back with us. Had been living in Melbourne. Not sure if that's still the case or not. But he's running P5 at the moment, followed by Matty Parker out of the Wollongong region in New South Wales. So one more lap remaining for your race leader now as he comes across the line. Sagadak with the new fastest lap, but I think it's academic. Preston just continuing his unbelievable vein of form of late. Hunter's been impressive as well, sitting there in third. Down the back straight they come. Checkered flag is at the ready. Jack Preston out of the final turn. Takes the win over Bailey Sagadak. Third spot goes the way of Tom Hunter. Then it's Jordan Ensby. It's waiting now on our final two to come to the line. They're being Brett Wells and Matty Parker. That completes our opening round of heats. We are going to take a short break and be back soon.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals, that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.
Shut up and sit down.
Welcome back to the IROC here at Ipswich. Getting set to go with our second round of heats. Just to make it a little bit more interesting, some light rain started to fall during our break. We're away with Rotax Light with Jace Matthews on the pole. It'll be greasy down there at turn number 1. Rotax Heavy about to get underway as well. Oh, Matthews. He goes straight across the grass. Slots into third, but he's lost a whole heap of ground. Very tricky conditions. It was enough just to make things annoying. It wasn't enough to be full wet. The race meeting has been declared wet by our hard-working officials. As they come around to complete the opening lap. Toby Spinks leads away from Jack Wells and Mark Tulloch. Keegan Fraser in 4th. Zach Thompson in 5th spot. Matthews was trying to make it 2 from 2. He's now got the work ahead of him down in 7th spot, having gone off circuit. Brent Redding leading Rotax Heavy. Of course, these drivers all fighting it out in the Rotax Life event. Later on this year, we'll crown Team Australia to go over to the Rotax Grand Finals in the Kingdom of Bahrain in early December. Matthews up to 6 and quickest lap of 48.758 for Jace Matthews. 0.2 of a second quicker than your race leader. Significantly quicker than the others around him. As he now is on the tail of Zach Thompson, the Victorian. Through the left-hander they run. So Harrison Hoey missed the first heat. He's back with us now. Had other commitments this morning that he had to meet. And he's the fastest out there in 15th spot. Spinks just does a 47.799. Holding the lead over Wells. It's out over a second now. Sedana back straight away. There's a 4 of Fraser. Matthews up to 4th now. It's in front of Mark Tulloch. Tulloch running that amazing sticker kit the Cosmic has produced. Very Dallas Cowboys-esque with the stars and everything else as they come towards us here at the Video Pro Corner. Harrison Hoey now to the lead of Rotax Heavy. The number 97, he's in front of Brent Redding. Sammy Houston in 3rd spot. Jack Black in 4th placing. The IKD machine. Then it's Button, Nelson, the Buchanan, Hayden and Brady, and Chessup and Rudy Farkas. Spinks has opened the lead to 1.1 seconds as Charlotte Page gets herself into 6th spot in front of Louis Brown. So the order After 5 laps, Toby Spinks leads the way from Jack Wells, Keegan Fraser. In fact, Jace Matthews has got himself up to third place in front of Fraser, then Tulloch, Thompson, Page, Brown, Logan Lawless, Cohen Kokotovich, Daniel Brown. Then it's Ryan McConnell running in 12th spot. 13th position is Holly Holden Stewart in the 57. While Harrison Hoey leads the Rotax Heavy Division, comes across the line. He's in front of Brent Redding, Sammy Houston, Jack Black, Tyler Budden I should say, Hayden Buchanan, Lincoln Chesser, Rudy Farkas, Brady Buchanan, and Brendan Nelson. That's the order as they sit at the minute. Seven laps in the books now. There's Harrison Hoey on screen leading the heavy division. We've only got 5 laps to go. New quickest lap for Jace Matthews. Recovering after going on track. He currently sits third. Trying to close down on the tail of Jack Wells. Toby Spinks leads him across the line. Sitting just at a second. It's hovered there for quite some time. No change at this point in time. Matthews closing in on the tail of Jack Wells in second. Working lap number 9 now. The times are fairly evenly matched, of course. All these drivers utilising the Rotax Max FR125 Evo engine, a 47.527 from Toby Spinks, a 47.557 for Jack Wells, and a 5.94 for Matthews. The top three appreciably quicker than the remainder of the field at this point in time. Nelson's out of commission. Harrison Hoey still leading Rotax Heavy out there. Over Brent Redding and Sam Houston, with Jack Black still in 4th spot. Jack Black racing the CS55 chassis, the Carlos Sainz inspired kart. Spinks has got 10 laps in the books now. He's got 1.4 seconds between himself and Jack Wells. So down the back straight away, your race leader goes. He's now branching into the heavies as Matthews has got himself up to 2nd spot. One more lap to go now for Toby Spinks in the 96. He's 1.5 seconds in the lead at the moment. Battle going on further back. There's Spinks now. He hits the back straight away. The two competitors in front of the green helmeted driver are lappers. Oh, that didn't go cleanly. Gee, Spinks was in trouble there as it comes to the line. Checkered flag. And he gets a win. Jace Matthews recovers for 2nd spot. Good drive then Jack Wells, followed by Fraser. Then it's Tulloch, then Thompson, Page, Lullis, then Brown, followed by Kokotovic, Daniel Brown in 11th spot, then Rowan McConnell and Holly Holden-Stewart, and Harrison Hoey will take out the Rotax Heavy race over Brent Redding. Then Sammy Houston in third, Jack Black to cross the line in fourth spot, followed by Tyler Budden, Hayden Buchanan, Lincoln Chesser, and Rudy Farkas and Brady Buchanan. We're going to take a break. Be back soon here at Ipswich. And welcome back as Junior Rotax hits the track. Hamish Campbell looking to make it a double here in the Australia 1. Monty Jamison, the outside front row. Then Gabriel O'Kine, Riley Harrison, Mikali Petroni, Regan, Liu and the rest of them down to turn 1 they charge. 12 laps on the board. Through the flip-flop goes Hamish. Gabriel O'Kine's got a good start here. He's in second spot, right on a hammer of Hamish Campbell. Hamish, of course, was Australia's junior representative at the grand finals last year in Sarno in Italy. Certainly trying to emulate that again this year, but Gabriel O'Kine, he might have something to say about that. Of course, that'll be in September that we crown our Australian representatives. 4 seats this year. 1 for Senior Max, 1 for Junior Max. A Dede 2 and a Dede 2 Master will wear the green and gold over there in Bahrain. Australia's had some great success on that circuit, in fact. Joey Mawson winning a major event there. Also James Ananostiadis a couple of years ago. Down the back straightaway goes Campbell. O'Kine trying to close the gap. Gabriel's looking fairly solid this weekend. It's good to see him back up on the wheel and back in the game. Monty Jamison holding down third, although he's under pressure from the kart class number 24 of Riley Harrison. Great to see the Australian Karting Australia Hall of Famer David Serra here this weekend with his charges, including Riley. Look, Kiam's a bit closer here. Here's the battle for third between Jamieson and Harrison going at it. Monty holding on to that third position at the moment in the white helmet. So Kiam, new quickest lap, 47.770. All these drivers using the Rotax Max FR125 with a restrictor brought into Australia by IKD, who returned to that fold last year. Kiam now really punching on the orange helmet on your screen. The third and fourth place drivers, Jamieson and Harrison, I get the feeling they're going to start to close that gap fairly shortly as well. And indeed, Jamieson was the fastest of anybody that last lap. A 47.888 for him. That plays a 47.987 for your leader and a 48.081 for second place Kiam, who is absolutely charging at the moment. Up through the Autobahn corner they go. Kiam is on the gas. So 7 laps to go as Campbell leads them to the line. Jamieson, new fastest lap for him. So they are starting to close down. There's still enough time for Monty Jamieson to get up and be part of the race at the lead, because they'll only hit the halfway point when they cross the line the next time through Video Pro. So Campbell comes out of the final corner. He's halfway there. 6 laps in the books. Campbell leads by nearly half a second over Kiam, then Jamieson, followed by Harrison in the 24. McCarley, then Petroni. Braxton Regan, then Archie Bristow. Max Kerwin, Leo Liu, and Nico Clements, with Buster Bailey pulling out a couple of laps ago. So Kiam's just been stuck a little bit there. Hamish's father Rob giving him the message as to the distance between himself and Gabriel out there at the moment. 5 laps to go. Out of the RHQ corner goes your race leader. There's the gap. First, second, third, then to fourth. Dylan McCarley running in 5th spot at the moment. Campbell's open up an advantage here. Campbell's advantage, 0.4 of a second. Look, I'm faster than Campbell the last time by, but only by a handful of hundredths of a second. Monty Jamison, quicker than both of those in front of him in third, and he is pushing hard as Monty Jamison. He wants to close that gap down. There's our top three now. All in the same frame. Campbell's picked up the pace in second spot as well. Jamison, a tenth and a half quicker than the race leader. And almost a tenth of a second quicker than O'Quam. It's game on for second now. There'll be 2 to go when they come across the line the next time. Out of the top turn at Autobarn they go. O'Quam going defensive already. Jamison up the inside, but it'll be on the outside at the next one. Now they come to the line. Jamison would appear to have the pace. Just the door's got to open for him enough to jump through it, which it's not at the moment. Something's happened to O'Quam down there. Harrison's got himself up to second. O'Quam's dropped down the order. So given the fact that Jamison's dropped back behind Harrison, I think that might be the answer to the question. As they come around, they'll get the last lap board this time. 1 remaining. Hamish Campbell continuing on here. His perfect weekend. So far, pole position. Heat number 1. Heat number 2. Coming up in half a lap's time. Takes a look over the shoulder and just sees that he's comfortably in front. So down the back straight away, your race leader comes. Just 2 more corners left to go now. Here he is, Hamish Campbell. 2 starts, another win. And he's doing it nicely. It's a youngster, Adam Orchland on the Gold Coast. Gets a win by 2.4 over Harrison. Then it was Jamison, McCarley, followed by Petroni. Then Regan, O'Quam, Bristow, Kerwin, Liu and Clements. That rounds out our Junior Rotax finishers. KA3 coming up next. So welcome back to the IROC here at Ipswich as K3 Senior hits the circuit for their second race of the day. Zach Hurd start on pole with Annabelle Kennedy alongside, and it's Permanent Sasso, Adamson and Will Thompson. Adamson took out the opening race earlier on today. They all got past turn number 1. "12 laps on the board. Hurd leading at the minute as they come through the Autobahn corner for the first time. Everyone's starting to just bottle it up a little bit. It's Hurd over Penman with Adamson in third. Adamson goes to second now in the green and white helmet. Stratford, then Sasso. Then it's Kennedy, followed by Thompson, Astasi, then Simonelli and Chatton rounding out your top 10. It's all nice and tightly bunched as they go through the left-hander. Geez, Penman's going to have a look here. He's all over the back of Hurd. Down through the right-hander at the end of the back straight. So can Penman get through on Jet Adamson here? He's pushing hard. Zach Hurd's dropped to third. Stratford's up to fourth spot. Then it's Sasso. Thompson in sixth. Matty Feather down in 11th, the quickest lap of the race. Hurd's going to have a look for Cut Republic there in third spot. Penman holding on to second for the minute. But Henry Stratford is flying. They're in fourth place. New fastest lap for Stratford. A 49.740. 0.3 of a second quicker than the top three at the minute. Out of Brisbane Carts Corner. Good race. As we work lap number 4. Uh-oh. Thompson further back's gone off on the dirt. Rejoins. Hurd's got through on Penman now. Up into second spot. Try and reclaim the lead off of Jet Adamson. So Adamson holding on to the lead now as we work lap number 5. Penman just sitting there in third spot. Stratford, he was pushing on. That seems to have fizzled a little bit for Henry Stratford. Thought about a look there. Wasn't confident enough under brakes at that particular juncture. Five laps down, 7 to go. The two Kart Republics lead the way. Up through the Autobahn corner, they run the top 4, nose to tail. This is a good race. Christian Sasso, the Victorians in 5th spot, trying to close up to this quadrant. So Penman's made the move. In fact, Hurd made the move and dropped Adamson to 3rd and took Dominic Penman with him. So it's all firing up at the front as we're past the halfway point. 6 laps in the books of 12. Adamson, Hurd, Penman, then Stratford, Sasso, then Astasi, Thompson, Kennedy, Simonelli, and Fish running at your 10. With Hurd leading the way. So Sasso in 5th. He's about to join this battle at the front as we work lap number 8. Hurd looks reasonably comfortable in the race lead. Down the back stretch they go. Penman's chipped away here. He's made the move to Empire Kart Sport this year. Now Adamson's firing back up. That kart's set up for the back end of the race. We saw this in race number 1 from Adamson. What can he do here? Adamson wearing the green helmet on your screen. Stratford just hasn't had that little bit extra that he needs to get himself into 3rd spot. See what they do later on today. And of course we get stuck in the finals tomorrow. Annabelle Kennedy, new quickest lap for her. Down in 6th spot. A 49.596. Now we're on lap number 10. Hurd on the back straight. Dip the head slightly. He's trying to pull away from the youngster Dominic Penman. Penman hasn't given up this one just yet. Down through turn number 1 they go. It's only a lap and a half left remaining in this race. It's been pretty solid. Couple of passes for the race lead. Annabelle Kennedy still the quickest out there. She's trying to close down on the back of Sasso. I think she's going to run out of laps, however, as they come through the Autobahn corner. There's our top 4 on screen. Working their way onto the front straight away last lap. He's on display now. So Penman, if he's going to try and make a move, will have to do it now because they're on the way home. Hurd still holding on to it. Adamson just can't get through. on Dominic Penman. Checkered flags at the ready as Zach Hurd leads them through to come to the line. And he'll get the win. Second place will go to Dominic Penman. Then it was Adamson, followed by Stratford. Then Sasso, Annabelle Kennedy, Estasi. Then Cooper Fishville Thompson. Matty Feather running at your 10. Then Simonelli Rosso. Reed Higgins Chatton your 15. Then Balaam Pease, Rab Jones, Kittle, Turnbull, Yarwood, Zonta, and Brennan. That completes our finishes. We're going to take a break. We'll be back fairly shortly. And welcome back to IROC here at Ipswich. Cadet 12, our A versus C groups are on circuit after qualifying yesterday. We split them into 4 groups because we are oversubscribed. Jeremy Broadbent will start this one on the pole. Ricardo Johnson on his outside. Next one through is Carter Grove. They're set for a start. We're away. Grove, they're attempting to recover after spinning in the last one. A few changes there. Ricardo Johnson moving his way into third spot as they head through the top corner. So Broadbent leads the way over Williamson into 9. Then it's Johnson, followed by Damasceno. Masiko in 5th spot. Then Frankie Majorek, Judamoon, Patouche, Kinder and Grother rounds out your 10. So Carter's been shuffled back in the order. Change for 4th there. Here's the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Williamson, a New South Welshman, and Ricardo Johnson, the local driver. They're fighting it out for 2nd spot at the minute. Grother up to 9th, the fastest on circuit. We're working lap number 3 here. A few big moves going on out there on the circuit. This is the first of our Cadet 12 races. We'll have another one straight after this. Broadbent who leads, but Williamson has cut his lead slightly, taking 1/10 of a second out of him on that last lap to close it down to 0.544. Jack Masiko in 4th. New quickest lap for him. Masiko on racing terms with the red suit of Ricardo Johnson for 3rd spot. Grother's fought his way back up to 7th placing now. So through turn 1 they go. There's the number 12 car. G. Williamson's closed that lead. There he is, the number 9 in 2nd spot. Right on the tail of Jeremy Broadbent in the 32. He's in the slipstream here, going down the backstretch. Williamson takes the lead now. Jack Masiko in 3rd. He's taking advantage here. It's a momentum category. Here's Cadet 12, all using an air-cooled 60cc engine. Meantime, Grother's got up to 6 and is still the fastest out there. Ricardo Johnson back there in 4th spot. He's just let the top 3 get away from him ever so slightly. Now the 26 of Masiko goes for a move. Does it stick on the exit of turn number 2? It does. There he is, Jack Masiko, now moving into 2nd spot. Well, those two were swapping positions. It's allowed Williamson to get away quite appreciably. We're on lap number 7 of our 12 here. So we've hit the halfway point. Williamson, Masiko, then Broadbent, Johnson, Damasceno, then it's Grother, followed by Amoon, Petouche, then Kenichi Marita in 9th spot. The battle for 4th, 5th and 6th is intensifying. Carter Grother's got himself up to position number 5 now, in front of Jensen Damasceno. So it looks like Williamson is fairly clear over Masiko at the moment, even though we are only on lap 8. And as we saw in our last heat race in this category, anything can happen. Eight-tenths of a second, the gap from first. Back to second now. Further 7/10 back to third. Juice Grother's up on the wheel, sitting there in 4th spot. He got shuffled back to 10th place, so number 42, blue Chupa Chup helmet. He's now up the inside of Broadbent and will take over that 3rd spot. So Carter Grother on the move. It's given Ricardo Johnson a bit of impetus to close in as well. Beyond Ricardo's Jensen Damasceno. Then Amoon, Petouche, Marita, and Jason Higgins running out your top 10. So Grother, can he close the gap here to Masiko? Let's have a look and see, now that he's had a lap under his belt, what sort of time he's lapping in at the moment. It's 53.8 for Grother in 3rd, so he's not as fast on that lap as the 2 front runners. Certainly faster than Broadbent. They'll get the last lap board the next time by. 10 have already been done and dusted with. So Grother's pull clear of that group. They're involved in their own battle now. Broadbent's found a reverse after leading the opening laps. So get into turn number 1 with 1 to go. Williamson's got it well and truly in his skyrocket now. Jack Masiko. He'll be encouraged by his performance in this one. Carter Grother, he'd have to be happy with fighting back after getting shuffled down to 10th early in the race. Through the final turn comes Oliver Williamson, and he gets a win over Jack Masiko, then Carter Grother, then it's Johnson, followed by Damasceno, Broadbent, Amoon, Petouche, Marita. Higgins runs out your 10. Then Nicholas Kinder, Flack, Shea, Nader, Frankie Madrick, Vasily Baralos, Fuller, Jones, Gones, Lusty and Campbell. We're going to take a break. Be back soon. Welcome back to Ipswich Kart Club. You're watching our IROC event. Great to have your company as our second Cadet 12 race. Groups B and D from qualifying yesterday hit the track. Alana Gurney and Aston Mills on the front row. We're away. Mills got a good start, although he's going to be on the outside going through turn number 1. Gurney leads the way through the Global Hub corner. Now into the Revolution flip-flop. Lana Gurney, great start. Knox Black's got a good run as well. He's made up a few spots out there. Thankfully, that rain looks like it's dissipated. To the line they come to complete lap number 1. That's Gurney from Mills. Brock Nolan up to third. Ray, then Losco in P5. Henderson, then Black. Clavel, Woodrow, and Lennox Carson rounds out your top 10 as they sit at the moment. Through the Brisbane Carts corner, the top three have pulled clear. Nolan goes up the inside now. He's gone to second spot. Brocky Nolan, he's on fire out there at the moment. Down the inside he goes and takes over the race lead. So the Townsville racer leads the way. Mills gets through into second spot now as they come to the line. The race order. The end of lap number 2, it's Nolan Mills. Then Gurney, she's fighting back now. Oscar Ray's joined that party. Gurney's hung out through the left-hander and drops another spot back to fourth place. Henderson charging forward as well. She's got some pace. As Nolan's pulled away in the race lead. Mills still holding down to second spot. As they come to the line, there's been a couple of changes which has assisted your race leader Nolan. The orders Nolan, Mills, then Ray, Henderson, Gurney back to fifth. Black's in front of Losco. The two Birrillarts out there. Running line astern at the moment. Ray having a look at Mills. Just wasn't quite there. Oscar Ray. Willie set him up at the end of the back straightaway. Mills, much taller driver than Oscar Ray. He's got Toby Henderson on his tail. And now up the inside goes Henderson to third in the orange helmet. Black's now up to position number 5, having got past Alana Gurney. Behind Alana now is Lucas Losco with Cooper Clavel trying to close in, but it's all Brock Nolan up the front, 1.4 seconds in the lead over Aston Mills. Henderson, he's got some pace on board, sitting there in third spot. So can Henderson do anything about Mills here? Down through turn number 1 they run. Similar lap time, of course. Everyone using the same engine on board. That Vortex Mini Rock. Carson still with the quickest lap of the race further down the order. Henderson having a look. He had a big look down the inside at Video Pro, but that's left him open to get past by 2, nearly 3, as they head down the back straight away. Black got through, so did Alana Gurney. I think Ray might have got through as well. In fact, Henderson's fought back to 4th, and Ray got through on Gurney. Running at the halfway point, folks. There's your race leader coming towards you now. Second place being Aston Mills in the white helmet. Knox Black, Henderson, Ray and Gurney all in close combat. Then throw in Lucas Losco and Cooper Clavel also. Henderson's recovered with a new quickest lap. They're in fourth position. He's got to throw the challenge out again to Knox Black and Aston Mills. It's all Brock Nolan up the front, though. The last time through, 53.901 for the youngster. It's taken him a couple of years to get a handle on Cadet 12 racing, but he's certainly in the groove right now. There's Mills in second, with Black and Henderson behind him. They're got a slight advantage over Gurney and Ray. Henderson goes up another spot. He's into third now. Henderson still under attack from Knox Black out there as they go through the left-hander. Black right on his tail. Alana Gurney, she's fired up in the three-quarter part of this race. She's back at it, of course, led early on down the backstretch. They've really closed in on the back of Brock Nolan as well. Now down to .254. Aston Mills is in striking distance. Can Nolan hang on here? 2 3/4 laps left remaining. Mills charging at the moment. He was 0.4 of a second quicker than Brock Nolan the last time through. Mills in the slipstream here. He's got a run going, and he's up the inside. New race leader as they cross the finish line with 2 to go. Mills, Henderson, Nolan, Black, Gurney, then Ray. That's how they sit at the moment, but watch out for Toby Henderson. He's been fast all race. Hadn't been able to position the cart precisely where he wanted to, driving the FA cart. Has a look at the inside at Video Pro, gets it. Then Nolan to the outside. Oh, Brock. He just got held wide, lost a spot to Alana, as now Henderson goes for the lead. They'll come around with 1 to go. This is a classic Cadet 12 race. Down the start, finishing straight they run. The 47 leading the way. Mills in second. Our top 6 nose to tail. Brock Nolan had it pretty well in his back pocket, but he's dropped back to 5th here and is under attack once again. Last lap, Mills has a look up the inside, and Black goes with his, oh no! Henderson goes off the track, and he drops to 6th. Alana's up to 3rd now. Checkered flag being unfurled. A sensational race, 3 wide, nearly 4. Oh, still 3 wide. They're kidding. Coming to the line, it is Aston Mills who survives that one. Gets it over Nolan, who got back to 2nd. Then Gurney, followed by Black, then Ray, Henderson, Cooper Clavel in 7th, Lucas Osco 8th, then Colby, followed by Carson, rounding at your 10. Then it's Petroni, Flack, Spence, April Flack, then Mason Martin, Woodrow, Olivia Walton, Smith, Pilot, Jackson and Riborevsky. We're going to take a break. Be back soon. So welcome back to Ipswich K2 on the circuit. Can anyone catch Liam Carr? That's the question at the moment. He'll have Chad Rissman on his outside. Pippa Foley and Jai Flynn the next row. Down to turn number 1. All okay at the exit of 1. Through the Revolution flip-flop they charge. All pretty even out there at the minute. Rissman into second. Foley, who we heard from earlier in commentary. He's trying to fight back. He's currently 5th. Look at this pack down the back stretch. All of them pretty evenly matched at the moment. K2 very much behaving itself this weekend. Quite often you'll see some weird stuff take place at the first corner. Tyson McGill's got himself up to position number 3. Maxim Kerwin sitting there in position number 5 at the moment. Behind Foley. DeSell in 6. Flynn and Raw Huth and Williams rounds out your 10. The charging Liam Carr. The Sydney Sider. Chad Richmond keeping him fairly honest, though. One of Richmond's better performances that I've seen, that's for sure. Certainly in KA2 spec. All these drivers with the Vortex DVSJ 125cc water-cooled motor on board. Our premier junior category in Australia, all utilising your LeConte tyres. Our team's down there issuing the instructions to their drivers. Of course, we don't use radios in karting, so it's hand signals a go-go. As we're on lap number 4 now, cars lead 0.454. Move for second from McGill, so he's fighting his way forward. Oh, problem for Rissman. He's slow on the back straight away. And he will pull out of this one, Chad Rissman. Looking down towards the engine area. And that's his second heat. Done and dusted. Working lap number 5 now. Car leads over McGill. It's quite an appreciable lead now. Folly still in third, then Kerwin. Followed by Flynn. Folly punching on in third spot. He wants to get on racing terms with McGill. Of course, McGill's been in this category for a couple of years now. Cooper jumping straight from cadets into KA2. Hamish Campbell, qualifying didn't go his way yesterday. He's fought his way through the field. He's currently in 9th spot and the quickest driver out there. Hamish doing double duty this weekend. He's got Josh Williams just in front of him. This is our group second, third and fourth. Tyson McGill with the white helmet. Then it's Cooper Folly, followed by Maxim Kerwin, the young New Zealander. 6 laps in the book, so we're halfway there. The 23 pulls out. Max Mangano. Problem with that machine. Cars lead 1.8 seconds now. McGill having a fantastic run here today. There he is, currently still in second, followed by Folly, then Kerwin, then it's Jai Flynn. Flynn had one of his best ever national rounds last weekend, finishing on the podium in KA2 at AKC. Campbell's moved to 8th as we're now on lap number 8. A problem out there for the 38, that being Roman Krutil. He's got what we call the meatball flag, which means he's got a mechanical defect going on down there in 14th position. And unfortunately, we'll have to pull into the pit area. Campbell into 8th is still the fastest out there. Dropping like flies out there. That's Krutil actually answering the meatball flag. Campbell was 2 tenths quicker than Poppy Rule the last time. He'll be racing with her fairly shortly as they hit the backstretch. There's Folly. He's still third. Now Flynn behind him. So Flynn trying to catch up to the back of Cooper Folly. Flynn was 3 tenths of a second quicker than Folly on that last lap as they come out of RHQ. There's your race leader going by. Second, third, and fourth. Well, in fact, McGill's pulled well clear of the pack in second placing out there. Flynn all over the back of Folly now. The Sunshine Coast up. He's super fast. Campbell, a 46.484. He is flying out there at the moment aboard the Tony Kart Australia entry. Sitting in 7th spot. He's now chasing down Levi Dessel and Max Kerwin. They'll get the last lap board when they come by. Car's almost unbeatable at the moment. Flynn got Folly that lap, so Jai back up inside the top 3. There's Carr. He's got that 2.3 second lead. That's a huge margin as it goes up toward the Autobahn corner. Comes down the back straight away. The Kart Republic looking resplendent as the sun shines again here at Ipswich. He comes to the line. Liam Carr gets it done. Second place goes to Tyson McGill, then Jai Flynn, Cooper Folly, Max Kerwin, then Hamish Campbell, followed by Dessel, then Rule, Williams, Bartlett runs at your 10, Huff, Hicks, Lammers, Wrigley, Burke, Powers and Comer is your finishing order. We're going to take a break, be back shortly here at the Ipswich Race of Champions.
Shut up and sit down.
And welcome back to the Ipswich Race of Champions, one of the Rotax Life events for 2025. Of course, competing in this event will make you eligible to go to Albury-Wodonga over the weekend of September 13 and 14 to attempt to qualify for the Rotax Grand Finals. Not concerned with that at the moment, though, is Tag 125, and we've got about half a dozen of them that have come together down at turn number 1. A bit of a sorry state of affairs. Five haven't continued on, or they were able to get away to out of commission. They do have a clutch associated with the carts, or the engine, I should say. So they are able to restart them. That's a bit of a sausage down there. Great job by that driver to move out of the way so we don't have to go to a full course caution situation as they come to the line now. Susan Harlow leads over Geordie Slater. Then it's Brent Redding, followed by Trent Newton, Will Marshall, then Dag, Thompson, Garraway, Cowie and Muscarello rounding out your 10 at the end of the first lap, but it's a New South Welshman, Jackson Susan Harlow, who leads this one. So Susan Harlow starting to open up the advantage. Geordie Slater, he's being pressured here by Brent Redding as they come down the start straight. Redding, the fastest driver out there at the minute. A 48.621 that lap. So he's really applying the torch to the back of Geordie Slater. A couple of them pull in. Half a second the gap was from Susan Harlow to Slater the last time by. As they come on charging through here. Main's about the same there. JSH only a couple of hundredths quicker than Slater that time. Mikale Missouri at the 95. He's the fastest on track, down in 9th spot at the moment. So there's Redding, the orange helmet, sitting in 3rd. He's really closed in on the back of Geordie Slater now. Not close enough to affect a pass that time. The 46 machine. Trent Newton still in 4th spot. Will Marshall still 5th. And it's Dag, Thompson. Lemisuri got past Garraway. And DeSalle running at your top 10. But it's all JSH up the front. A 48.023 that time by. There's Will Marshall in the 17. He's holding down 5th placing at the moment. It's been a problem out there for Brent Redding. He's dropped right down the order, which has opened it up well and truly for Susan Harlow. Newton's gone up to 2nd, with Marshall moving through to 3rd. So who else has drifted out here? Slater. He's dropped to 10th. So they were on track together. That may answer that question. Six laps in the books. Now for Susan Harlow. Newton, a new fastest lap for him. Gee, it was a pretty slow lap from Susan Harlow that time, a 48.4, playing a 48.0 for Newton. Marshall with a 48.3. Susan Harlow doesn't necessarily need to push at the moment, though. He does have that lead. Be conserving the LeConte tyres attached to his cart. Newton goes faster again. Into the 47s now, the first driver to do that. A 47.999. We're on lap number 8. So there'll be 4 remaining next time they come around. Redding trying to recover. He's further down the order. Currently 15th. He won't be happy with that. It's a battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th with... So Marshall holding on to 3rd. He's got Mikel Mazuria behind him, pushing along. Yeah, that group is the Just Godding Motorsport number 17 of Will Marshall. They work their way around. Just a couple of laps left remaining, 3 to be precise. Susan Harlow doing it effortlessly at the moment. You look for Mikel Mazuria in the 95 this weekend. Susan Harlow's lead, almost a second, just under in fact, over Trent Newton, who's 2.3 seconds up the road from Will Marshall. Susan Harlow's responded to the challenge of Newton with his own fastest lap of the race. Number of different engines eligible to compete in Tag 125, all 125cc and water-cooled. Just 2 to go now for Jackson Susan Harlow. Be a perfect weekend for him if he holds on here. He's got a second up his sleeve in front of Trent Newton. A lot of non-finishers in this one. Ready comes, one more lap to go for JSH. The battle for 3rd's not over yet. Missouri up, shadowing Will Marshall for the time being. But here he is, Jackson Susan Harlow. Heads up to the top turn. Shoots down the back straightaway for the final time. Checkered flag being unfurled on a start gantry. There he is. The blue plate tells you that he's a state champion in this class. and gets a checkered flag. Susanalo wins over Trent Newton, then Will Marshall. Lamasuria fought strongly, then Josh Dagg. Zach Thompson. Geordie Slater gets back to 7th. Then it's Garraway, DeSell, Houston and Morris and Cheney. Redding, Soward, Hope, Kingston and Page. That completes our finishes. We're going to take a break. DD2 up next.
Shut up and sit down.
And we're back here at Ipswich, our Saturday heat racing. We're going into Sunday morning finals tomorrow as DD2 and DD2 Masters hits the circuit. Harrison Hoey off the back. In fact, Harrison Hoey took up his position on pole, didn't compete in the first heat race this morning. If you're just joining us, of course, he was Australia's representative at the Rotax Grand Finals last year. This event being one of the Rotax Life events before the middle of September, heading to Albury-Wodonga for the Rotax National Cup. Hoey leading by nearly 3/10 of a second over Toby Spinks and Sagadak. Plums up to fourth in front of Goddard. Then it's Troy Bretherton, who was the Australian master last year at the Grand Finals. This year's Grand Finals held in the first week of December over in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Through they come. Hoey leads away. He's opened it out to .447. Over Toby Spinks. Bailey Sagadak third. Plum then Goddard. Bretho leading the Masters at the moment. He's sixth on circuit. Will Hoey continue to extend this lead out here? He'd dearly love to be the representative. I think this would be the second year in order that he's represented Australia. I don't think he'd represented, certainly at DD2 level prior to that. His lead now to 7/10 of a second after 3 of his 12 laps out there. So working our way through the laps here at the moment. Brock Plum in the middle of your screen, the number 15. Currently running in 4th spot. Bretherton still leads the Masters over Angus Mathers. Scott Cleveland in 3rd spot in Masters, followed by Adam Wood. Had a chat with him during our break. Adam was battling with a cart that didn't want to do what he wanted it to do. Let's have a look and see if he's able to get a handle on things here. Blast from the pass in the suit department from Harrison Hoey. 5 laps down now. The gap's still at a second. Hoey comfortable over Toby Spinks. Hoey just continues to open up that lead. Here's a battle going on between Plum and Josh Goddard. Plum in the Paralin cart. Italian-built chassis. Also an Italian-built chassis is Goddard's Birolart. So further back, Angus Mathers seems like he's struck a bit of trouble. Dropped 3 spots to 10th. That's promoted Scott Cleveland to second place in Masters. Goddard trying his best here to try and get past Brock Plum. Hasn't been successful just yet. Certainly be plucking the 2 gears out there, that's for sure. The 2-speed direct drive kart RDD2 is manufactured by Rotax over there in Austria. His lead out to nearly 2 seconds now over Toby Spinks. Bally Sagadacker further. 1.5 seconds behind in third. Or Goddard. He half thought about a look then. He wasn't close enough. But he was deep under brakes. We're 8 laps in now. Harry just maintaining his pace. Real estate agent by trade. Certainly looking very good at the moment. There's Harrison Hoey. Scott Gray struck trouble out there. This for the end of lap number 9. 3 laps to go. Toby Spinks holding down second spot. He's closed in a little bit. Hoey's just backed it off ever so slightly. He's got a huge margin over the remainder of the field. Trust you're enjoying our coverage. Like always, bringing you all the action from here at Ipswich. We'll be back tomorrow morning to round off our finals at this Rotax Life event. 2 laps remaining for Harrison Hoey. Sagadak doing the double duty this weekend in KZ2 as well. Very physical. You'll certainly know about it tomorrow night, that's for sure. Short and sharp tomorrow. There's Goddard. Just hasn't been able to do anything about Brock Plum in front of him. Must be a degree of frustration underneath that helmet. Last lap now for Harrison Hoey, the Double H. There he is, beautiful down low shot. As goes through the double right hand up. He'll hit the back straight away now for the final time. Checkered flags being unfurled. Here he is. Harrison Hoey, well and truly on the way to another Australian representative berth at the Rotax Grand Finals as he crossed the line in front of Toby Spinks by 1.3 seconds. Then it was Bailey Sagadak. Then Brock Plum, followed by Goddard. Bretherton wins the Masters over Scott Cleveland and Adam Woods, with Angus Mathers behind them. So that was DD2. We'll take a break and step it up with KO3 Junior next. afternoon. Welcome back to Ipswich. Groups A and C on circuit for KO3 Junior. Jet Saragi to start on the pole. Lana Flack alongside, then Nolan, then Leggett. We're away for 12. Nice even start through the order. Good way to kick things off. Kicking things off, I've just got up with the news that one of our local drivers in Lockie Hughes won the Indy Next race overnight. Of course, as part of the Grand Prix of Indianapolis on the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He hasn't finished off the podium this year. Finally got his first Indy Next win. That's really good stuff for Locke as they come to the line. Saragi leads away over Flack, then Nolan, Tucker, then Leggett, followed by Rissman. Then it's Pitaro, Boscarini, Duong, and Tyson McGill rounding out your 10 at the moment. Through the Brisbane Carts corner they go. Lana still there in second place. Doing a bit of testing in cars over recent times. So working their way out of Howards now, then through the on-site rental group corner. Saragi leading. Chad Rissman, quickest lap of the race, down in 6th spot. So working their way up to the top corner. Saragi's lead was nearly 0.4 of a second. Lana looking pretty fast on this lap. Through the hairpin they go. She's got Luke Nolan and Zach Tucker for company on her tail as they come to the line. Chad Rissman joining the J&D Birillart team. He's driving an EKS chassis last weekend at the Australian Kart Championships. Showing plenty of pace out there at the moment. So too is Zach Tucker in the 63 with a 49.846. Only 1,000 quicker than our race leader. These engines very evenly matched. All of them an Amy K100 motor with a restrictor on board. Tucker's got past Nolan now. He's up to third is Zach. He'll certainly have his eyes formed squarely on the number 40 of Lana Flack. Tucker, the pro karting driver, as they come towards us. Our top 5 have a margin over Pitaro and Duong, who are battling it out. Geez, Flack's closed up here. Tucker punching on in third. He's got Nolan and Rissman right behind him, the pro karting driver. Dark clouds are starting to form around the circuit yet again. Did have a light drop of rain after our first round of heats. Gorsaragi got a wheel off on the dirt on the exit of the left-hander. That's not ideal. Tucker currently in third. He's got Nolan and Risman right on his tail. So it's that group are starting to close it down. They are. Nolan just did the fastest lap of anybody, a 49.834. He's in fourth spot with the green helmet on your screen at the moment. The Townsville racer made the move to Top Gun Racing Academy this year. Now Tucker goes to second. Oh, Lana comes straight back up the inside of him. This little battle pack going at it. Oh, Tucker, that was a great move, but it didn't pay off. He looked right up the inside, but couldn't make it stick. Down the front stretch they go. 7 laps out of our 12 in the book. So will Tucker have another look here? Certainly right there. What can Nolan or Risman bring to the table? Well, Risman's not going to bring much if he keeps on putting a couple of wheels out into the dirt like he just did. So at the front, Jet Zaragi has pulled well clear. It's a dominant performance from Zaragi. .1 seconds is the gap from first to second at the moment. Flack's not worried about first because she's got Zach Tucker and Luke Nolan right on her hammer. She's actually got a kart lengths advantage now. Through that barn corner they go. Now will Nolan have a look? He's really stepped up his game this year. Three laps left remaining in this one for Jet Zaragi. Pitaro's lost a few spots out there. He's dropped back to 9th. Oh, Tucker's had a good run here. Will it be close enough to affect a pass? Not just there. There's 2 remaining when they come to the line in this second race of the weekend. There's Risman trying to fight his way back after making that mistake earlier on. So Tucker's got back through here. Tucker back to second, and he took Nolan with him. Lana Flax dropped to 4th. There's that battle pack. It's not over and done with yet. 1 1/4 laps to go. There's Tucker, the orange and black machine, sitting in second. Luke Nolan behind him. Oh, Lana was under attack there from Risman. He had to think better of it. 1 to go. There he is, Jet Zaragi. He's just shown him a clean set of wheels so far this weekend. Through the left-hander he charges for the last time. Nolan unable to do anything about Tucker. Zaragi leading it through the final section of turns. He comes around and will get the checkered flag. Jet Saragi takes a comfortable win. Second place goes to Tucker. Then it's Nolan, Flack, Risman. Then McGill, DeWong, Leggett, Pitaro, Lekiti, Boscarini. Then Tuhos, followed by Dixon. Then Rosso, Gatt, Sugden, Reed and Thompson. Problem there for Max Mangano dropping down the order. We're going to take a break and be back soon. Welcome back to Ipswich. We're getting set for the second of our KO3 junior races. B versus D with Jai Flynn on the poles and Watts on his outside. Then it's Braxton Regan and Oscar Hannock, the next row of the grid. Johnny Wright and Archer Bailey on row number 3. Then it's Harrison Schmeissem, Bristow Petroni and the rest of them. We're set for a start. No, we're not. We'll send them around for another one. Behind Bristow in 10th was Joel McGrath and Max Johnson. Liam Weatherhead, Henry Fisher. Then Guard, Dawson, Smith, Webster, McCurry and Jack Sydenham. Joining me again is Cooper Foley. Coop, you've had another race, 4th place in that one.
Yeah, it was pretty good actually. Got some more points heading into the next race, starting our second the next one. So it'd be good to start out of there instead of, I think, 3rd.
Yeah, no, off the front row, that's always a bonus. Certainly looking good How was it to win your first Australian Kart Championship round? That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. Look, cadets, we're all always up there at the end of the year, or 2023 and 2024. But unfortunately, we didn't have the motor. But the engine was actually pretty good, so I did pretty good at cost.
So we're underway here in our KA3 Junior Races, second of this group. We broke them into 4 groups because we have more entries than track capacity. So I had to split them. Unfortunately, some drivers will have to go home once we get to the end of today and the end of the third set of heats. But it's Jai Flynn who leads the way at the moment. Braxton Regan into second as they go up to Autobahn. It's a fairly even start out there, Coop.
Yeah, Jai's doing well. He's a good friend of mine. He's a competitor of mine in K2. Braxton, with the blue plate, he's looking good. He's down Jai here.
A couple of them have gone out down there at turn number 1. It's unfortunate. Regan knows up and on it. He's the quickest driver out there at the moment. He's all over the back of Jai Flynn. Flynn the Sunshine Coaster had one of his best performances at the national level last weekend in South Australia, making it up onto the podium. Braxton Regan, of course, won the opening round of this category at the Nationals. You are watching some of the best junior racers in the country fighting it out at the moment as they go down through the bottom part of the racecourse. What are you seeing here, Cooper?
Unfortunately, I am seeing spit, which for the drivers on slicks is pretty hard to handle. But, it looks like Braxton Regan sends out the inside, but Jai keeps the lead. But yeah, it's super hard to control, especially with no grooves and a ton of horsepower.
Yeah, 100%. Gee, it's really closed up there. Regan went for a move at turn 1. Oh, big moves down into the left-hander. Oh, it's raining out there. Uh-oh. This is where it gets interesting. What's this like on slick tyres, Cooper?
Slicks, it's super hard, but for me, I've always, AKC, I've always wanted wets because it's been declared wet. But I've only ever done slicks in practice day, and it's super fun because you just drift and have fun.
Not so sure some of the drivers out there would be thinking it's too fun at the moment as we work lap number 4. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. There goes Regan. One's gone straight across the grass. Oh! Big crash in the middle of the race circuit. They all continue on. I think that might have been Hannock that's facing the wrong way, or that was facing the wrong way there for a little while. Jeez, that was decent.
Yeah, definitely. That was so interesting. Poor Archie got...
Oh, Jai's gone.
Oh, Jai's gone. Jeez, it's getting slippery up there. Wow.
Yeah, the grip level has gone down appreciably with the rain that's falling. I think that's Hannock that's just had another spin all on his own, but we lost the top 2 that were the top 2 before it started raining, and another one circles around. Oh boy. This is going to be survival of the fittest now. So it looks like it's getting a bit heavier out there.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely interesting to watch with the spectators, but not for the driver's point of view, because it's just so hard to control. And for the drivers, you never want to clean your car.
But you clean yours, don't you?
Yeah, I sure do. I have OCD, so I do like my car being clean.
Hannock pulls in and out of this one. Of course, all these drivers utilising the slick tyres on a wet racetrack you'll see a different line. They are a lot slower. Oh, the 11 goes off. Yeah, they're a lot slower as they're driving to the condition. As we've already seen with a number of our drivers have gone around. Flynn's still there in 5th spot, though. Running on lap number 5. So Cruz Petroni, the North Queenslander, leads away over Riley Harris and Joel McGrath, sitting there in 3rd spot. Flynn up to 4th now, taking Regan with him. Then Weatherhead, Sydenham, Fisher, Tresillian, and Xander Watts running out your top 10. But it's Cruz Petroni who's leading the way by nearly 1.6 seconds. He's tiptoeing around there, Cooper.
Yeah, definitely. The youngster, as Matt Payne calls everyone, yeah, he's doing well. He's only been in this class for, I believe, a year. He's got to be one of the shortest out there.
Does a lot of miles around the country. Just cruising the Petroni family. Oh, Flynn going deep there in the number 10. He went super deep on Joel McGrath. But Flynn around the outside. Had the spin earlier on. Plays guitar and the drums does Jai Flynn out of the Sunshine Coast. 2 have come adrift at the top corner. So we're halfway there. Any of our drivers living on a prayer out there at the moment. 23 pulls in. That's Zane Schmeissem. That's bad luck for him. He's been going really well of late as Zane. I remember seeing Zane, some of Zane's early races, like when he first started, and how he's improved is quite impressive.
Yeah, definitely. I think he might be from Cross Harbour. I'm not sure, but yeah, he's improved very much. I remember I met him at Cross Harbour, and then I saw him again at the Easter as he moved into K3, but he's doing super well.
Yeah, that's for sure. So 5 laps remaining. Braxton Regan back up to 4th spot. Flynn's got a problem now. He was really slow through that part of the race circuit. It looked slower than normal, but he's picked up the pace again. Harrison through to 2nd now. So I think Flynn may have attempted a pass on Harrison, but it didn't pay off at turn number 1. Petroni's lead, 3.7 seconds. So what's the thoughts on this afternoon, Cooper? Starting off the front row in KA2. Good place to be, but you've got to try and get around Liam Carr.
Yeah, look, Liam's doing very well at the moment. He's a great little racer. And off the track, he's such a good kid to be around. But I'm just going to, try and get in on the start, try and hold my position, and let's hope it doesn't rain.
Yeah, that's for sure. This rain, it's just enough to be annoying at the moment. If you're tuning in at home, trust you're having a great day with us. Certainly it's a great day. One of the Rotax Life events this weekend, a qualifier for the Rotax National Cup coming up in the middle of September. Then we'll choose our drivers to go over to the World Finals. Representing Australia, that'd be pretty cool, Cooper, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think Hamish Campbell, is he? I think he is representing Australia. He's doing really well overseas. Yeah, it would be super cool.
Yeah, Hamish looking to qualify yet again this year. Last year qualified as Australia's junior. Certainly the way that he's performing today so far is keeping him in good stead. He'll be in action a little bit later on. Now the sun comes back out. How tough is this for not only you but your team?
lucky enough it's dried so quickly. Like, they're back on the racing line once again. But the only problems for the team would be cleaning the go-kart. And if you have a bent go-kart or a bent steering arm or something like Hennock, who I think that's the reason why it came in, it's a bit of a struggle to get that change in time.
So the track conditions have dried out. We've got a new fastest lap of the race from Jai Flynn, a 50.943. He was half a second quicker than your race leader. And our top four are now nose to tail. So here they come down towards the middle turn. Harrison decided to have a look. The kart class racer. Now Flynn up the inside to third. So Jai Flynn goes to third spot now. Gee, it's nice and tight out there. It's really fired up the last lap.
Definitely. I think now that it's dried out, they're able to pass a lot more. Because normally in wet, you get switchbacked a lot because you're off the racing line going for a pass. But now it's going to be a lot more interesting because it's still a little bit wet, but you can still easily pass.
They go through the Revolution race gear flip-flop for the final time. Petroni. He had a 3-odd second lead a couple of laps ago. Now Jai Flynn's got himself to second after the spin during the heavy rain. Will he have a look down the back straight? No, he's not close enough at this stage. Checkered flags at the ready. Petroni runs it a bit wide, going defensive. It's going to be tight as they come to the line now. And it's Petroni who hangs on. Jai Flynn home in second with the quickest lap. Harrison and Regan. Bailey gets up to fifth, followed by Watson, McGrath, Weatherhead, Sydenham and Fisher. Rounds out your top 10. It was pretty entertaining towards the end there, Coop.
Yeah, definitely. Good recovery from Jai Flynn there. Good job.
Good stuff, mate. Thanks for joining us up here for KA3. We're going to take a quick break. Be back with X30. Cool. What are you going to do now?
I don't know. I think last time we went to QR.
Yeah. We're back here at Ipswich, the Ipswich Race of Champions, IROC, getting set to go running here in X30, their second heat race. Isaac McNeil and Brody Whitmore on the front. Brody looking to go fairly aggressive down into turn number 1. Brody Norris has slotted himself into third spot. Lockie Costa back in the field this weekend. Great to see the 34 in action once again. Out of RHQ they go. McNeil it is, looking to make it 2 from 2 as he goes through the left-hand corner up to the Autobahn turn. Whitmore in second. Coming around to the start line. It's McNeil over Whitmore, then Norris. Costa's moved up a couple of spots. He's sitting in 4th position at the moment, having a solid run. Then it's Sammy Marcher, Victorian. Kukoski in 6th. Then it's Ryan Hughes, followed by Guthrie Cole, Cordato and Miller. Then it's Fraser, Jacobson and Stimson. That's the field, the lucky 13, as they sit at the moment. Costa punching on. He's pulled clear of the group that he was around to keep an eye on our top 3. McNeil, the Empire Kart Sport, number 11, leads them across the line. Behind Costa out there, it's Sam March. Driving out of the Empire stable this weekend. So up the front, Whitmore's closed in here on our race leader. Brody, one of the best exponents of this style of racing in Australia. Oh, gee, the 34 was looking pretty full on there. Sam March getting through on Lachlan Costa. He's then got Kukoski and Hughes to deal with. New fastest lap for Whitmore, 47.748. He's now right there with Isaac McNeil. Well, we're looking at this group battling it out for third. Oh, Costa got into the side of Kukoski there. That allowed Hughes up a spot. And while that was all taking place, Brody Whitmore jumped into the race lead. And he leads the way now over Isaac McNeil. Costa and the 81 going at it. Costa able to get back by him. Into 5th spot. Costa fighting back after losing that place to Sam March. Brody Norris near quickest lap. So Norris goes quicker again. He's a 10th faster. The nose in front of him. So he'll be up there joining them fairly shortly, you get the feeling. He was a 10th quicker than McNeil that last time by. Half a 10th quicker than the race leader. Sam March still in 4th spot. He's pulled well and truly away from that battle. 57 of Whitmore goes through. They're at the halfway point. It's Whitmore, McNeil, Norris, then March. Kokoski in 5th spot. Then Hughes, Costa dropping back to 7th. Then it's Kodato, Miller, Gather Cole, Fraser, Stimson and Jacobson. That's the order as they sit at the moment. Oh, Kodato. He and Costa have come together. Further back in the pack. Costa's lost a heap more positions. He's dropped right down the order. Five laps to go for Brodie Whitmore. McNeil was the one who had the ascendancy in heat number 1, but Whitmore's fought back here. Keegan Fraser up to 8th. He's having a quiet weekend. A former Australian champion, not in this category. There's Cordato, the number 70 machine. It's cut up to the tail of the 71 of Stimson, with Zach Gathercole just in front of them. And Cordato goes up inside the top 10 now. Whitmore's lead sitting at half a second. He was a couple of tenths quicker than McNeil that lap. Norris has backed off a little. Corrado punching on. Inside the top 10, Zach Gathercole is the next one in front of him. See that group there. It's 9th, 10 and 11th on screen at the moment. Whitmore's got 3 to go in the race lead. A new quickest lap for the leader as well, a 47.118. So McNeil's got 1.5 seconds on Norris at the moment in second spot, who in turn's got 3 seconds on March. So it's quite spread out right throughout this order. A couple of squabbles probably didn't help matters. Two laps remaining now. He's just taken another 0.3 of a second, Brodie Whitmore, from Isaac McNeil. It's out to nearly a second. So come around. They'll get the last lap board this time. Brodie Whitmore's opened it up to over a second now, as he is on the last lap. The New South Welshman leading by 1.066. Cordato's up 2 spots. He's got Gathercole now as well. Costa's gone back another spot, this time to Luke Jacobson. As meantime, Whitmore down the back straight away. 2 corners to go. Brodie Whitmore, he opens his IROC account. Getting the win. Second place goes to McNeil. Then Norris home in a comfortable 3rd spot. Then it's March, Kokoski, Hughes. Then Miller, Fraser, Cordato, Stimson, Gathercole, Jacobson and Costa We'll take a short break. Be back shortly. So we're back this time with Cadet 9 here at Ipswich, getting ready for their second race. Felix Sim to start on the pole. Luke Robinson, the outside front in a 68. Ryder Zhong, the number 17 out of 3. RJ Bell-Bowen, the number 7 machine out of 4. Lacken, a 99. Hudson Kelly, the 51. Gemel Moon, Summy, McGrath, Farragher, Herriman and the rest. We are underway here for our 12 laps. Down into turn number 1 they go. All through cleanly. It's all fairly even out there at the moment. One had a problem at turn 1. Up through Autobahn they go. A challenge for the lead, not quite. Into the hairpin. Everyone's still just getting themselves sorted out in the early runnings. Felix Simmer leads the way over Luke Robinson. Then the 17 of Zhong. Zhong had an outstanding weekend in South Australia last weekend. Won every heat race. Didn't win the final. There's Milan Sami, who won 2 in a row. Milan down the order today so far. Zhong took over the lead of the Australian Championship through that performance last weekend. So now we're about to have a race in 5 with Hudson Kelly and RJ Bell-Bowen joining the party. Coming up to our third lap. They're starting to form up behind Felix Sim. You've got to admire the racecraft of these kids. It's quite outstanding. Zhong firing up here in third spot now. Robinson's the quickest at the moment in second, but Ryder Zhong. Bowen goes up the inside of Kelly, the two third-generation racers, battling it out for fourth and fifth. Kelly, the Victorian. Bowen from New South Wales. Through the first turn they go. We're on lap number 4. Bowen and Kelly still going at it just off this picture. There they are at the bottom of your screen. Robinson was thinking about a look there. What's happened to Zhong? Zhong's got behind Bowen, now fights up the inside and retakes third spot. So Arjo's gone up to fourth placing. He and Zhong, I'm assuming, had some sort of a squabble out there. Yeah, they are on screen. Through Video Pro Corner they go now. Jacob Ding with the fastest lap. Where's that come from? He's down in last place as Jacob Ding, and he's just set the quickest lap as Felix Sim eclipses that lap time. Battle between Zhong and Bowen continues on. These kids are racing all over the country at the moment. Robinson hasn't given up on this one either. He's just done a new quickest lap. Sim, of course, took out the race earlier on today. If you're just joining us, looking to make that 2 from 2, along with the pole position. Bowen driving the wheels off of the number 7, the Maxxis tyres. Official tyre of Cadet Racing in Australia. This is the place where racing truly starts. From the age of 7, you compete. You can compete in this Cadet 9 field. You can start practicing at the age of 6. Only racing at 7. We're 6 laps down, 6 to go. Sim leading by 0.3 of a second over Robinson. Zhong still in third spot. He's got RJ shouldering him. Up the inside goes RJ, up to third. Hasn't had a great deal of luck on this circuit. Oh, Zhong goes straight back up the inside. They want to try and make the trip from Sydney worthwhile. Sim's just done his own personal best, the fastest of anyone, the 54.007 up the front. Looks like he's pulled well clear of Luke Robinson now. 0.466 is the gap. Good battle going on a bit further back. Kelly, Milan Summy and Harry Lack are all involved there. So working out 8th lap here. There'll be 4 to go when they come to the line the next time. This is a battle that's been going for a while between Ryder Zhong in the Rush Performance Kart and RJ Bilbao in the R&B Graphics machine. A couple of big names further down the order than what we'd expect at this point, including Milan Sami, Ari Gemel. It's the last opportunity these drivers will have to race on this circuit before the Australian Kart Championship comes here. That'll be in July. We go to Newcastle in a couple of weeks' time. Oh boy. .72 of Milan Sami goes to the inside on Hudson Kelly. Harry Lack still there, keeping a watching brief of those in front of him. Sims leads 7/10 of a second now. Here's this group of three. Kelly went deep in the black helmet. Had to pull it up. Milan Sami will be enjoying this. Sitting at the back of this group. Correction, Harry Lack sitting at the back of the group. Lack has a look at Kelly, goes up the inside. Ten laps down, so 2 remaining. Kelly was able to get through. Luck was able to get through on Kelly. The last lap. There's your leader going through Video Pro. That's the order as they sit. Sim leading by 7/10 of a second over Robinson, then Ryder Zhong, the next one out there. Still battling it out with RJ. In fact, he's pulled clear of RJ since getting into third spot. This will be one more to go. Last lap board now on display. Kelly and Lack swapping places yet again out there. But Felix Sim looking to make it 2 from 2. Sim's got a bit of lap traffic in front of him. That shouldn't affect him too much. Blue lights on display for that driver. Down the backstretch they go. Checkered flag is at the ready as Felix Sim comes around to take the checkers. He gets it done. Robinson home in second spot. Then Zhong, followed by Bowen. The next one through was Milan Sami. Then it was Hudson Kelly, Harry Lack, Ari Gemel, then Jensen Farragher, Hagen Moon. Outside the top 10 was Cameron McGrath, Emerson Mills, Jace Harriman, Cooper Jamel, Grayson McPhee, Alfie Doyle and Jacob Ding. So that completes Cadet 9. One more to go in this round. And we'll have a short break before we go to round number 3. So welcome back to Ipswich KZ2. Our premier category out on top. Track. They'll bring them up to a full standstill before we let them go. Bailey Sagadak on the pole. Jack Preston alongside him. Then it's Brett Wells, Tommy Hunter, Matty Parker, and Jordan Ensby. Away. And again, Jack Preston gets the best of the start around the outside. And he'll lead the way to kick things off here this afternoon. Sagadak going with him at this stage. Bailey looking for a strong performance here this weekend. Trust you're enjoying all of our coverage, wherever you might be watching that from. Jordan Ensby looking fairly racy in the early stages of this. He's right on the tail of Brett Wells. Great to have Brett back with us and behind the wheel. But it's Preston who's opened up a 6/10 of a second advantage on the opening lap of our 12 here. Ensby goes up the inside of Wells now, up to position number 3. So Sagadak in second spot. He's made the move to Birrellart this year. Still supported by IKD. Preston's almost doubled his lead there. Ensby here in the orange and black CRG. Looking fairly strong. There's Wells and Tom Hunter going at it. Young Tom, the number 48. Wells taking a brief peek over the shoulder. Both these drivers in that red and white Birrellart chassis. 3 laps down for Jack Preston. Dark clouds starting to come over the venue yet again. Just enough to be annoying. Preston showing them a clean set of wheels up the front. He's appreciably faster than the remainder of the field. As Wells and Hunter are in all sorts of a battle. Hunter just can't get by Brett Wells. More experienced campaigner through the right-hander to come around and finish lap number 4. So Preston's lead continues to extend up the front as he does another quickest lap of the race. Matty Parker, he looks like he's going to be joining the Wells and Hunter battle. Wells on the outside going through the Autobahn corner. Parker finally getting the door open. Oh, geez, that was tight. Now Wells drops back into the clutches of Parker. 6-speed gearboxes attached to these carts. Front brakes, about 50 horsepower. And of course, when you've got that much horsepower available and you set that low to the ground, the sensation is even more as Parker gets through on Wells now. It's a premier level of the sport, but we saw before with the cadets. Kick-off racing from the age of 7. Jack Preston working lap number 7 of his 12, 2 seconds up the road from Bailey Sagadak. No other change in the order. Wells here hasn't let Parker get too far away from him. Jordan Ensby doing a terrific job in third spot out there. He's been out on the national scene for a few years now, has Jordan. Probably hear a different noise in the background if you're tuning in. We are adjacent to the Willowbank Drag Racing facility. There's some racing or testing going on over there today. It's not too far away from their big event, the Winter Nationals. Preston's lead, 2.3 over Sagadak. I was going to say backed it off, but he's just done the quickest lap of anybody, a 45.647, taking another 10th out of Sagadak. The remainder of the field just did their personal bests. Tom Hunter still sitting in 4th spot. Preston coming around. Of course, won the National Championship round last weekend as it goes across the line. There's Matty Parker on screen. Sagadak chimes in with the quickest lap of the race, a 45.630. Matty Parker, the 78 here, doing a great job. Competitors have travelled from far and wide to be here. It's been a busy time with various major events on around the country for our elite level kart races. Preston's lead, he's just backed it off a little bit. Back to 1.8 seconds over Sagadak. Ensby still there in third. Brett Wells having a look at Parker here. So go through the left-hander at Video Pro. 1 lap to go now for Jack Preston. He's comfortably in the lead. Sagadak's found some pace late in this one. That'll please him. It's getting it off the line that he needs to do and go with Jack. But it'll certainly put him in good stead for when we mix the grids up for heat number 3. Checkered flag is at the ready for Jack Preston. New number this year for Preston. Certainly paying dividends at the minute as he comes to the line. Gets the win. Second place goes to Bailey Sagadak. Third spot to Jordan Ensby. Waiting now for Tom Hunter. Then Matty Parker and Brett Wells to round off our finishers. We're going to take a break now. We'll be back with our third round of heats here at Ipswich.
and sit down. Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
And welcome back to Ipswich for our third round of heats. Rotax Light and Rotax Heavy get underway. Toby Spinks and Jace Matthews off the front row, and it's Matthews who assumes the lead. Brenton Redding and Sam Houston on the front row in heavies. Jack Black jumping back behind the wheel this weekend. So Matthews leads them down the back stretch. We pick them up for you as they come around. Jack Wells up to position number 2 at the moment. Tulloch dropping back to 4th. Toby Spinks in 3rd. Logan Lullis in 5th spot. Daniel Brown 6th. Louis Brown in 7th. Then it's Cohen Kukotovic, Ron McConnell, Holly Holden Stewart, your top 10. In heavy, it's Brent Redding from Sam Houston, Harrison Hoey, and Jack Black, your top runners in that one. Already Matthews opened up a 1.1 second advantage over Jack Wells. Down the back straight away. Wells has got Spinks and Tulloch right there with him. Tulloch up the inside, and he's made up another spot. Moving into 3rd position is Mark Tulloch. Oh, in fact, there was Logan Lullis that moved up the order there. Going with Tulloch, in fact. Holly Holden Stewart struck trouble out there. Brown and Kukotovic, Louis Brown and Kukotovic got past Daniel Brown as well for 6th and 7th position respectively. So 12 laps on the board, 3 down now for Jace Matthews at the front. Brent Redding leading the Rotax Heavy division. 2 races in 1 this weekend. Our final round of heats tomorrow morning. We come back and we get into our finals straight away. Everyone done with nice and early. Matthews leading 1.4 seconds. It's a 44 machine of Cohen Kukotovic out of the Velocity Race Division. He's got Daniel Brown right behind him. Great to see the teams heading up this way for this weekend. Last all-important opportunity to get the gear sorted for when the SP Tools Australian Kart Championship comes here. Of course, before coming here in July, the series will be down in Newcastle. Matthews continues to extend the lead out there. '93 Cosmic of Tulloch. It's been a problem for Daniel Brown out there. He's no longer on track. Brent Redding still leading, Harrison Hoey now leading the Rotax Heavy Division over Brent Redding. Sammy Houston in third spot in that division. Keegan Fraser right there in the number 4 machine. Right behind Zach Thompson, the Victorian. Charlotte Page is looking to be part of that group as well. She's not too far off them, is Charlotte. Rowan McConnell, the next one in the lineup. A few of them have dropped out during the course of this race. 2 seconds. The gap up front. Fraser over the back of Thompson here now. Thompson out of Shepparton in Victoria. He's right there with the Queenslander. There's Kukotovic. He's beyond Louis Brown still. Sitting in 6th spot. Down in heavy land, Harrison Hoey, 2 seconds up on Sam Houston. We've got by Zane Morrison. .3 seconds now is Jace Matthews' advantage. Just done the quickest lap of anybody out there, a 47.3. Everyone else lapping around 47.4s or slower. CXR machine of Matthews. Trust you're enjoying all the action if you've tuned in online to our live stream, as now Kukotovic opens the door on Brown, moves into the 5th spot, or does he? But what that's done, it's cost momentum, so therefore Thompson's got one of them trying to make 2 as they go down the front stretch. Thompson's made up a couple of spots there. He's now fighting it out in this battle as Thompson in the 41 with Kukotovic for 5th spot. And he gets the run down the inside of Video Pro and takes it. We're working lap number 10 now. So Matthews will have 2 laps to go. A lap to go, I should say, when he crosses. No, he's got 2 laps to go. Get it together. It's working lap number 11 now Fraser gets through on Brown further back for 7th spot. That's a great little battle that we're watching right now. All 4 of them together. Charlotte Page joining in too, making it a group of 5. And not too far away is Rowan McConnell. It's at the back end of the top 10. Thompson's got a slight advantage at the moment. Matthews goes through. He's on the way home. He's on his last lap. He's got 3.4 seconds up his sleeve on Jack Wells. He's nearly 5 seconds up Wells on Tulloch. Then it's Lullis. Still Hoey's leading the heavies as he goes on to his final lap. Checkered flags at the ready now for Jace Matthews when he comes around. And he comes to the line, gets the win. Jace Matthews takes it out in convincing fashion. Jack Wells second. Tulloch holding on for 3rd spot. Then it was Lullis, Thompson, Kukotovic, Fraser. Then Brown, Page and Rowan McConnell. That completes light. And waiting on now for Harrison Hoey to come to the line to win heavies. He's got quite a margin over Sam Houston. St. Morrison home in 3rd spot. Then it's Black Budden in a 94. Buchanan, Farkas, Brady Buchanan and Lincoln Chesser. We've got a couple to clean up, so we'll take a short break and be back soon. Welcome back to Ipswich Junior Rotax. Hits the circuit. Hamish Campbell, the number one machine on pole. Monty Jamison outside front row. Then Harrison. McCarley. Cruz Petroni will start at a position 5. Braxton Regan, the 79 from 6. Archie Bristow out of 7. Out of 8 will be Maxim Kerwin. Then the 13 of Gabriel O'Kayam out of 9th spot. Buster Bailey alongside him. In the number 6, Nico Clements from 11th spot in the 84. And Leo Liu from position number 12. 12 laps on the board. Getting set for a start. Campbell gets the best run into the first turn. Harrison's got himself into second spot. He's having a good run. Israeli Harrison at the moment. Up through the Autobahn corner for the first time. O'Kayam's on the move now as well. There he is in the orange helmet, just moving up into 4th position. So it's Campbell, Harrison, Jamison, then O'Kayam, followed by Regan, then Petroni, Bailey, Bristow, Clements and Liu. Campbell's lead 0.6 of a second at the end of the first lap. Can Riley Harrison do anything about the flying Tony Card up the front? Hamish making the move to the Tony Card Australia outfit for this year. New fastest lap for O'Kayam. They're in 4th spot. So he's closing in. Onto the tail of Jamison. O'Kayam really closing in now on the back of Jamison. He'll be encouraged by this. Well, Gabriel O'Kayam. There he is. Jamison's all over the rear of Harrison now as they come onto the start-finishing line. $47.762 the last time by for Gabriel O'Kayam. It's actually 4/10 quicker than what Hamish Campbell was doing. The top 4 have a little bit of a margin over Braxton Regan there. You can just see Regan heading up the next group with Petroni, Bailey and Bristow behind him. Riley Harrison responds with a 47.661 to be the quickest out there. .38 for the gap from Campbell to Harrison. Harrison's got the lead down to .384. O'Kayam's driving the wheels off the 13. So, Harrison, the young South Aussie there in second spot. Trying to close down on Hamish Campbell. Campbell won the Rotax National Cup on this track last year. He got to represent Australia at the World Grand Finals. You're aiming for that again this year, of course. You have to complete in a Rotax Life event, which this is, before heading to the Australian National Cup, which will be in the middle of September down at Albury-Wodonga. 47.634 there for Gabriel Okayam. He's on the tail of Jamison now. Okayam gets through, so he's moved to third. To the line they come. So Okayam, he's been super fast. Very good today. Let's have a look and see what Gabriel Okayam's got when he comes around. We're only at the halfway point of the race. So there's still time there for Okayam to close the gap down to Harrison. Campbell leading from Harrison and Okayam. Then it's Jamison Regan, Petroni, Buster Bailey in 7th, then Bristow, Liu and Clements. Hamish Campbell, new quickest lap, 47.485. Okayam nearly 2/10 faster than Riley Harrison, just 8/10 of a second. Separate first to second and second to third. Then it's the same back to Monty Jamison in 4th spot. They come past us. Braxton Regan holding down the 5th place, doing a solid job. They're on lap number 8 now. Okayam a 10th and a half quicker than Harrison that time. Archie Bristow, Kiddit champion, has moved his way into 7th spot. 1.1 seconds from first, being Hamish Campbell to Riley Harrison. Now Okayam almost right with Riley Harrison as they go down the back straight away. They'll come through. This will be end of lap number 9, so 3 to go. Harrison just on the chin down there. Jamison not too far away either. He's just done a personal best. Jamison. And Okayam took nearly 4/10 of a second out of Harrison now. They are on racing terms with each other. Will Okayam have a look up here? Not able to get in position. He might be able to down the end of the back straight away. The kart class number 24 in 2nd spot there. It's 10 laps now in the book, still 2 to go. So will Okayam have a look here at Riley Harrison through the Brisbane Karts corner. It's very tight up the front. Hamish Campbell's taken off though. If he stays where he is, he'll start on the pole position tomorrow morning. Okayam in the slipstream of Harrison now. Still not close enough to have a look. One more to go for Hamish Campbell. He leads them across the line. He's got it comfortably. Which is a frustration that must be under the Okayam helmet. He just hasn't got that little bit extra at the moment. These 125cc Rotax engines all tightly regulated. As we get the checkered flag ready for Hamish Campbell to bring it around and take out our third heat race. Earns the pole position for tomorrow. Second spot goes to Harrison over Okayam, with Jamison deciding to set the quickest lap of the race right at the end. Then it's Regan, followed by Petroni, then Bristow, Bailey, then Lou, and Nico Clements running out your finishes in Junior Rotax. We're going to take a break and be back at Ipswich very soon. K3 Senior hits the track for their third race. Zach Hurd and Jed Adamson on the front row. Dominic Penman, Annabelle Kennedy the next row. Adamson and Hurd have shared the race victories. 4 of 5 have come together toward the back. Sasso's been in the mix today as well. Christian Astasi moves up to 4th spot. Through the left-hander for the first time. Weather's been somewhat weird here today. We had some brief showers and now the sun's shining. Quite brightly, in fact. Got a new 5th place competitor out there. Down the front stretch they go. It's Hurd from Adamson. Then Kennedy, it's Christian Astasi in 4th spot. Followed by Penman, then Sasso, Stratford, then Fish, Simonelli and Matty Feather, rounding out your top 10. So Hurd and Adamson closing in on each other. Annabelle Kennedy doing a terrific job there in third spot. Now Adamson pulls out of the slipstream in the 71. One having a drama at the back. Christian Astasi. He's going to be part of this shortly as well. And now Adamson leads them into the first turn in front of Zach Hurd. Then it's Annabelle Kennedy. Astasi, the fourth driver out there. Annabelle the quickest, a 49.887 that lap. Seeing her close even closer to the rear of Hurd. Swap in positions further back. There's the top three, still nose to tail. So Adamson with the quickest lap of the race now that he's had a lap in the race lead. Kennedy's revved it up a little bit here. Adamson starting to pull away even further. Annabelle will take part in the FIA Academy a little bit later on this year, actually next week in fact, her and Hamish Campbell to represent Australia, or Karting Australia in that event. Annabella's a senior. And with this sort of form, if she can carry that across to Europe, she'll be in good stead. Adamson's still leading the way. Hurd's not letting them get too far in front. Certainly keeping him honest. Henry Stratford further back. He's the quickest on circuit. A 49.507 in sixth spot. He's got a lot of ground to try and make up to the back of the fifth place Dominic Penman, though. Adamson's lead just under 2/10 of a second as they work their way through the middle corner. So 6 laps down for Jed Adamson up the front. He's opened the lead to .338 over Zach Hurd. Annabelle Kennedy still holding down that third position. Estasi's had Dominic Penman close down on him in the battle for fourth. Behind them is Stratford, then Christian Sasso. Matty Feather up to 8th spot. Then Jacob Higgins and Cooper Fish rounding out your top 10. And someone off to the side of the race circuit down there. Cutting a very forlorn figure. That'll be Will Thompson, in fact, driver of the number 14. It's tightly run up the front. Annabelle just dropping off the back of Zach Hurd there. It's one of Australia's leading female racers. Here's the battle for fourth, headed up by Penman in the number 70. The Empire Kart Sport driver got past Stasi on that lap. In doing so, that's allowed Stratford and Sasso to close right in. Also Matty Feather at the back of that group. Still Herd unable to do anything about Jet Adamson, the two-cart Republic chassis. Nose to tail as they go down the backstretch. Oh, it's getting a bit tight in the middle there. Battle for fifth. Penman's stepped away from all of that. Oh, one goes off onto the grass. Will he get it going? It'll be a bit slippery out there. He's able to do so. It was always looking likely to happen. Through goes our top three. Your fourth place driver. Then is Dominic Penman. He's on his own out there at the moment. Then Stasi into fifth. There'll be 2 laps to go when they cross the line this time. It's Jacob Higgins who went around at turn number 1. Matty Feather inside the top 6 now. Going solidly. Max Chapman moving forward. He's into 7th place. Up to the top turn, your top 3 go. They'll get the last lap board the next time by. So 1 to go for Jet Adamson. Number 71 leads over Zach Hurd. Then Kennedy, Penman. New fastest lap for Kennedy. I think it's all too little too late for her. But certainly there's a drama between Adamson and Hurd. Kennedy will be there. Through the middle part of the race circuit they go. Will Zach Hurd have a look at Jet Adamson? What sort of a run does he get onto the back straight? Think Adamson's got enough here at the minute. Because they come on to the front stretch. And it goes the way of Adamson over Hurd. Then Kennedy. Next one through is Dom Penman. Christian Astasi home in 5th. In at 28, then it's Matty Feather. Max Chatton. Then it's Stratford Sasso. Fish. Simonelli. Rosso in 12th. Then Kittle. Paige Yarwood. Jacob Higgins, the next one through in 16th. And Bailey Pease home in 17th spot. Followed by Christian Zonta, Liam Turnbull and Kai Brennan. We're going to take a break from here in Ipswich. We'll be back soon. Here we are back at Ipswich. Cadet 12. The third race, groups A and B. These were the two fastest qualifiers in qualifying yesterday. Jeremy Broadbent and Alana Gurney on the front row. Carter Grother, Oscar Ray, the next row. We're underway now. Oh, it's getting a bit tight down towards the back. A couple of them collided. But everyone continues on. Broadbent leading the way through the left-hander. So down the back straight away they go. Alana Gurney's got herself into second position behind Broadbent as they go through the right-hander. It's now really tightening up. Carter Grother into third, in front of Martin Shea. Then it's Oscar Ray, Knox Black in sixth. Then Messico, followed by Amoon. Then Vasily Barrelos, the Sydney side up. And Lennox Carson, rounding out your top 10 at the moment. So Broadbent. He's holding on to the lead, but not for much longer. With Alana Gurney going up the inside and taking the lead of the race. They're all starting to bottle up behind her, though. Down the backstretch. And Broadbent returns serve on Gurney. Takes Carter Grother with him. There's not much in it out there at the minute. It's a very momentum-driven category. As Carter Grother takes the lead. One of the better races that we've had today, with Grother leading the way over Broadbent. Gurney in third spot now. Then it's Oscar Ray. Down the back straightaway they go. Grother leading the way. This has been entertaining, this race. One of the better ones that we've had through the course of today, as I mentioned before. New fastest lap for Gurney in third. There's a 53.781. She's fast. She just can't get the go-kart in position on Jeremy Broadbent at the moment. Grother a slight advantage. It's the biggest gap that we've had in this race so far. Gurney up the inside now. She's back to second. She'll come out of the top corner. Of course, we've got another Cadet 12 race after this one. Can Alana close the gap to your race leader Grother now? Across the line. It's down to 0.155. Alana nearly a tenth quicker than Carter Grother that time by. Alana's got a good run out of RHQ. Looks up the inside and takes the lead. She's already been in the lead once during the course of this race. Now she's back there. Down the back straight away. Grother trying to fight back here. Not close enough just there. Look at this freight train of carts. There's a gaggle of them. Nose to tail here. Grother looks up the inside. Gets the job done and retakes the lead over Alana Gurney. Broadbent sitting there in third position. Fourth spot's Martin Shea. He's been a quiet achiever in this one. Come through the order a little bit, but he's under attack now from Jack Masiko. Masiko up the inside. Another 4 of them join the party. Carson, Amoon, Flack and Flack. The 3 Flacks, Paige, Chelsea and April, they're in 10th, 11th and 12th respectively, the triplets. To the line they come, and it's still Grother, the Soddy cart, the French-built machine, leading the way. Got 6 laps in the book, so we've still got 6 to go. There's been quite a bit to unpack during the course of this race. Now Broadbent, he thought about a move, but what it did, it opened him up to Jack Masiko, who's been a man on the move. He's now up to 4th. Gurney's going to have another crack at Grother down the bottom part of the race circuit. It's a ripper race going on for third spot. They're side by side as they come to the line. Carson's up to position number 5 now, in front of Martin Shea. Knox Black and Judah Moon got through on Oscar Ray. So Gurney and Grother have pulled away from this group. Broadbent's number 32 is rather wide, as they really work over. This Vortex Mini Rock Engine 1 shuffled way out into the weeds. Knox Black coming through the order. The top 3 go through. Black's up to 4th. It's a huge drive from Knox Black. Moved his way into 4th position, as we're on lap number 9 now. Have a look at this group. They've been stuck together throughout the course of this race. Terrific racing here. The IROC Ipswich Race of Champions. Part of the Rotax Life program. Down the backstretch goes Carter Grother. Has Gurney got anything left in the tank? Three laps remaining. Broadbent's got Black right on his tail. Red and White Buralart in this battle for third that you're watching at the moment. There's a battle going on for the lead as well. Kalana's back to the race lead now as Black looks up the inside and goes to third. He's up 3 spots from where he started. Two laps to go. For Alana Gurney. Grother goes for the move down the inside. The Gladstone racer. He takes over the race lead again. If they start really fighting it out, it won't take long for Knox Black and his crew to catch up and be with our top 2. Video Pro helmet, the Chupa Chups helmet, made famous by Carter's father, Johnny, Dawn's a youngster. And we've got another one off to the side of the circuit. So that's unfortunate. That would be Jax Fuller, who's driving the number 44. Oh, I don't know how to think about it going through Global Hub corner. Couldn't quite make it come off. We're on the last lap now. Will it be Grother that hangs on? Or will Alana Gurney try and have a go? She's going to think about it. And up the inside goes Alana Gurney. Can Carter Grother fight back here? They're side by side. He's going to be on the outside. Is Carter throw Knox Black into the mix as well? Black goes to second. Oh, he's gone to the lead. Oh, one's gone around. That's Alana. No, that's unfortunate. That's a really unfortunate way that had to finish. She just got bottled up there. The back end of the race, and around she went and got collected. Walking away, dusted, busted, and disgusted with a very ordinary looking go-kart. Black gets a win over Grother, then it's Oscar Ray, Paige Flack, Jeremy Broadbent, Masiko Shea, Chelsea Flack, April Flack, and Judah Moon rounding out your top 10. We're going to take a break and be back soon. Group C versus D of Cadet 12, ready for their final heat, the final Cadet 12 heat of the day. Ricardo Johnson having a good weekend. He'll start on pole. Aston Mills second, the 18. Then it's Jensen Damasceno, Brocky Nolan, Oliver Williamson, and Lucas Losco to start out of sixth spot. We are underway out there. One going very slowly in the mid-pack. I think that could be Mills. Can't quite pick up the number from this vantage point. Couple of changes there for first and then in turn third spot. To backstretch they come now. Coming around to the start line, it's going to be the 9 of Williamson who leads the way. Nolan trying to get himself into third. Unable to do it. Damasceno's got himself up to second spot. So Damasceno going with Williamson here as they come out of RHQ. Nolan now getting through on Jasper Patouche. Patouche has fallen back into the clutches of Ricardo Johnson then. Lucas Losco trying to make his way forward. Crossing the line now. Losco, new quickest lap of the race. Down in sixth spot, a 54.174. And now Johnson goes up to fourth spot, getting past Patouche. Damasceno's closed right down on our race leader. There's Losco on screen, making his way forward. Losco into fourth now. Up 2 places from where he started is Lucas Losco, as you've got a new race leader. Jensen Damasceno has assumed the lead from Oliver Williamson. Brock Nolan closing in on that pair as well. Williamson in the Kart Republic chassis. Having a look at Jensen. We're 3 laps into our 12. Here comes Williamson back at Damasceno. He goes back to the lead now. So the Wollongong racer leads away. The Townsville racer, Brock Nolan, goes to second. So it's 0.3 of a second as they cross the line at the end of lap number 4. Now Nolan, that he's got himself into a clear second, can start to mount a challenge on Oliver Williamson, and he wastes little time. Straight up the inside to the lead is Brock Nolan. Down the back stretch again, Damasceno. He's got the best seat in the house for the Nolan and Williamson show. But he'll certainly want to make it a 3-way fight. He's getting close enough to be able to do that as Lucas Losco closes in as well. There's absolutely nothing in it now between our top four. Lucas Losco is having a look at Damasceno. That was a big move to go into third place. We've only done 5 of our 12 laps. Still a few more races to come this afternoon. So Nolan and Williamson have pulled away. Bosco's dropped back to 5th spot. This pair have got quite an advantage over Damasceno. Mills coming back after a problem early on. He sits in 4th spot at the moment. Bosco's gone back another one as he fights to regain the 5th spot. So what's Oliver Williamson got available here to try and challenge the number 17 as Mills does the quickest lap of the race to 53.698. So we are on lap number 8 now. One gets the wheel off on the dirt. So will Williamson have a crack? One thing that he's not is shy when it comes to making decisive passing manoeuvres, Oliver Williamson. And here comes one right now, up the inside of Nolan and back to the race lead. The reigning Cadet 9 Australian champion. So it's Williamson over Nolan, then Mills. Damasceno dropping to 4th, then Petouche. Then it's Henderson, followed by Losco, Gosen, and Ricardo Johnson dropping back to 9th spot with Jensen Higgins rounding out your top 10. So out of the top turn they come. We're on lap 9 now. That's Jasper Petouche and Toby Henderson on screen. Henderson getting by Petouche on that lap, the orange helmet. Ricardo Johnson's up a spot on Bilal Gosen as well. Mills and Damasceno fighting it out here for 3rd spot. His kids between the ages of 9 and 12. They're doing probably upwards of 90 to 95 kilometres an hour around this circuit, piloting the kart. Mills in the 18. Hasn't pulled away from Damasceno at all. 10 laps in the book, so only 2 remaining here this afternoon. So can Nolan fight back here? Or has Williamson got it? All sorted out for the race lead. Mills has been a big mover, up 5 places. Henderson's up 6. He'll have a good starting position for tomorrow's final, Will Henderson. They'll get the last lap board when they come to the line this time. Mills goes quicker again. But Williamson continues to lead. Just over 0.2 of a second it was when they came to the line. These two are both super experienced. Despite their age, they race all over the country on a regular basis. Williamson to the hairpin for the final time. Nolan wasn't close enough to have a good look at him. They come through Howard's concreting and now onto the front stretch for On-Site Rental Group. And it's Williamson who gets it done over Nolan. Aston Mills home in third spot, then Demachino, followed by Henderson. Then it's Petouche in the 73. Losco and Bill Gosen. Johnson in ninth spot, then Jensen Higgins in 10th. Then it was Kinder Madrick, Walton, Nader, Colby, Woodrow, Lusty. Welcome back to Ipswich. You're watching the IROC, the Ipswich Race of Champions. Our Premier Junior category KA2 hits the track with Liam Carr, the man they are trying to stop in the 67 Cooper Folly. We heard from him earlier on in the day. He's on the outside front row. Then it's Flynn and McGill as they all go charging into the first corner. And a problem for one of the Birrellarts there. Chad Risman. He's dropped right to the back in the early stages of this. Folly under attack from McGill. The 36 in the white helmet goes through to second spot. Big move coming from Maxim Kerwin further back there. Car leading comfortably at the moment. Flynn's got himself up to third place now. Folly's dropped back to fourth. He's got Maxim Kerwin on his tail. They're coming towards us now, fourth and fifth. Then right behind them, it's Seth Huth. Hamish Campbell down in seventh spot. Of course, qualifying didn't go his way in this category yesterday. He's had to do it the hard way. Great battle going on here. This is for fourth. That's Maxim Kerwin, who's moved his way into fourth spot. Kerwin's got Campbell now behind him. He's moved up to fifth spot as Hamish, then Folly. Dropping to sixth, DeSell. Huth, Rule and Lammers, that's your top 10. New fastest lap for Tyson McGill. Took a couple of hundredths out of Liam Carr's lead. Campbell now lining up behind Maxim Kerwin. Kerwin, the super rapid Kiwi. He's just done the quickest lap of the race, a 47.328. Next one in front of him will be Jai Flynn in the 10. As they come towards us, there's the gaps that you can see on screen as we work lap number 4. 12 on the board. Geez, a charge of the light brigade's going on here. Oh. Poppy Rule, I think that was, just getting into the back from Seth Huth. No, in fact, it was Joel Lammers in ninth spot. Just gave the slightest of touches to the rear of Huth, which unsettled him. Campbell now the quickest out there, a 47.056 on that fourth lap. Cars lead, 0.726. They're starting to close in though. It's only 47.5 for Carr last time. 47.385 for McGill. 47.0s for Kerwin and Campbell. Now it's a 46.909 for Maxim Kerwin in fourth spot. Took a tenth of a second out of Jai Flynn in third. And is really closing in now. Kerwin will be in a position to have a look at Flynn at the end of the back straightaway this time. This battle for third position, this group here. Oh, bit of a collision coming onto the back stretch. They've been racing for sheep stations out there, this group. All these drivers utilising a Vortex DVS J motor. This group headed up by Seth Huth. This is a battle for ninth backwards. 6 of them, soon to be 7, involved in that. It's Huth, Lammers, Williams, then Risman, Hicks, Bartlett, Mangano. Harry Burke not too far away either. Lap number 7. Here's Huth in the 77. He's under attack from Lammers. Lammers goes through into 9th spot. 5 laps remaining in this one. Cars picked up the pace of 46.793. A top 4 doing personal bests. The best of anyone's Levi Dursell in 7th spot of 46.770. They were also tightly matched, these youngsters. There's Dursell, the fastest driver out there. Hamish Campbell has really picked it up in 4th spot. He's all over the tail of Maxim Kerwin. Liam Carr, a huge advantage at the moment. We lost Tyson McGill out there. Not quite sure what happened with Tyson, but he's off to the side of the racetrack. It's unfortunate for him. He was running very solidly. It's then promoted Jai Flynn up to 2nd. Then this battle for now 3rd. Three laps to go. Liam Carr leading by 2 seconds over Jai Flynn. Campbell throwing everything at Maxim Kerwin at the moment. Can't affect anything though. And Maxim Kerwin having one of his strongest KA2 performances. 2 laps remaining. So Liam Carr's just continued to get quicker out in front. There's the battle between Kerwin with the black helmet and Campbell. They'll come around. They'll only get one more lap here. Car's been flawless throughout today. Geez, if this went any further, Dursell, he'd join this party for 3rd spot between Campbell and Kerwin. Campbell had to think about it. Oh, Kerwin got it sideways. It was under the pump. And through went Campbell. Dursell will have momentum as well, but it's on the wrong side of the circuit. As out of the final turn comes Liam Carr. Checkered flag at the ready. Flynn home in 2nd spot. Then Campbell, Kerwin. Dursell. Follies in 6th spot. Then Rule. Up to 8th was Rissman. Then Joel Lammers. Josh Williams into 10th. Then it was Huth, Bartlett, Mangano, Burke, Crutil, and Hicks. Rounding out your finishes in that KA2 race. We're going to take a quick break and be back soon. Welcome back to Ipswich's Tag hits the circuit for their third and final race of the day. Can anyone stop Jackson Susan Harlow? He's won the 2 races so far. Trent Newton will be outside front row. Mikelema Zuria out of P3 with Will Marshall alongside. Then Zach Thompson and Josh Dagg the next row as they go charging on down to turn 1. Everyone through nicely. No dramas in the early stages of this one. Certainly no dramas for Jackson Susan Harlow. JSH leading the way. Down the back straight away they go. The sun taking over now. As it starts to come down, the lights have been placed on, so they'll come into effect. There's a beautiful sunshine. Had a very mixed day of weather. A couple of rain showers. It's pretty cool out in the field as well. Susan Harlow's lead at the end of lap number 1, nearly 0.3 of a second over Newton. Marshall's got past Lemuzuria for third, the Jess Golding Motorsport operation. Thompson in 5th, Dagg in 6th spot, then Slater, Hugo Garraway, the 63, Sammy Houston and Jack DeSell is your top 10 as they sit at the moment. Cohen Kokotovic not making the start. This machine not working. Tag stands for touch and go. Basically, they do have a battery pack and a button start that you press to get going. 125cc water-cooled motors. Various options available to competitors. Susan Harlow's opened the lead up to 0.478. There's Mikelema Zuria. Last year was an Australian champion. Great to see him back in a cart again. Haven't seen him this year at all. Three laps down now. Zuria, the fastest out there. The 95 machine in third. 48.109. That was 0.3 quicker than Trent Newton the last time by. So he'd fancy himself at having a go for second with Lemuzuria. Further back, this battle continues on. As up the front, Lemuzuria has got through to second now on Newton. Marshall's dropped back to fourth. Further back, Houston and Docell have got through on Hugo Garraway. Houston now up to 8th spot, having started in 9th. Garraway down 2. He's done a lot of racing over recent times, Hugo Garraway. 2 weekends ago was in Griffith, last weekend South Australia. Here he is this weekend up in Ipswich. So Geordie Slater up to position number 5. Brent Redding. He's no longer in the field, or is he? No, he is. He's out there. He's just dropped to the rear. That's all. Getting his way through on Jeremy Glover. But Susan Harlow holds a .973 lead over Lemuzuria. Lemuzuria was 2/100ths quicker than Susan Harlow that last lap. There's Slater in the 73, the red and white Birrell Art closing in on the back of Will Marshall as they come to the line. Only other move further down the order was Lachlan Cowie, getting past Lachlan Cheney for 13th spot. Then in 15th, Charlotte Page has just done a 48.018. The Missouri has closed in slightly here. Don't think it'll phase Susan Harlow all that much as the battle between Marshall and Slater continues. Marshall up the inside. He goes to, Slater up the inside. He's gone to 4th. Oh. There's Slater there. They've come together. The NASA panel's facing the wrong way. It's going to try and get it restarted. And the NASA panel looking very second hand on Geordie Slater's cart as he pulls out of this one. The Missouri, 47.924. Quickest out there. 100th quicker than Jackson Susan Harlow. Marshall's gone as well out there. He's pushing his cart through the middle of the race circuit. Another one struck a difficulty there near the Video Pro corner. The lead's down to 0.753 between Susan Harlow and Lemuria. So as they come down the backstretch, with a few to go, there's Zach Thompson with Josh Dagg on his tail. Three remaining, I should say. Susan Harlow's lead sitting at 0.628 in this one. Mika flying along out there. It's dropped back to a 47.969. Let's have a look and see what they are as they cross the line this time. Stays pretty stagnant. For these drivers utilising the LeConte tyres. They get a set for the weekend. It's Thompson in the 41 out of Shepparton in Victoria. Dagg in the Power Republic back machine. So there's the gap between first and second. Susan Harlow takes a peek over the shoulder. He can see the number 95 right there. The Missouri won his Australian Championship last year by missing the opening round of the series. This is a final lap. I think it's too little too late for Mika Missouri here, but it'll certainly set him up nicely for tomorrow. Up through the Autobahn corner goes Jackson Susan Harlow. He's had the perfect day at the races, and he'll be very happy with that. Couple of corners to go for JSH. He comes to the line and gets it done over La Masuria. Newton will come through in third spot. Thompson held on in front of Dag for 4th, then Houston, followed by DeSell. Page up to 8th. Then it was Garraway, followed by Morrison to round out your 10. Muscarello and Webb, then Cheney McNaught, Vandenbroek, Geldard, Hope, Kingston, Soward, Glover, and Cowie and Redding to complete your finishes. We're going to take a break here at Ipswich. Be back shortly. DD2 and DD2 Masters on track now. Toby Spinks and Harrison Hoey on the front row. Bailey Sagadakan, Brock Plum the next row. Then Josh Goddard, Troy Bretherton will head up the Masters, starting 6th on the circuit. Over Scott Cleveland in the 14. Adam Wood the 21. Angus Mathers and Scott Gray the 74. Pretty enthusiastic crew of DD2 races. Harrison Hoey took out the Rotax National Cup last year. in DD2. Troy Bretherton took out DD2 Masters. They both represented Team Australia at the grand finals. Australia will have 4 representatives this year. One in Junior Max, one in Senior Max, and a DD2 and DD2 Master. Because that'll be decided in Albury in September. Oh, Howie made a horrible noise as he come onto the front straight away and didn't go anywhere. It's a fairly sizable bang, but just waiting to see what Harrison Howie does if he can get away. Seems like he's found some pace. So whatever the problem was has cleared itself, or almost cleared itself. That wouldn't be ideal for Harrison. Toby Spinks was leading. So as they come around, everything's starting to tighten up in this. The 96 of Spinks leads the way over Sagadak, then Bretherton. He's up to third, but first of the Masters. Then Goddard. Then it's Plum, Wood, Cleveland, Gray, Mathers and Howie. Move for third as Goddard gets through. Or Bretherton gets through on Goddard, third on the circuit. Crossing the line now, 2 laps on the books. Spinks, Sagadak, Goddard, Plum. Bretherton's dropped to 5th. Cleveland's got through on Adam Wood. And Harrison Howie at the back's just done the quickest lap of the race. But Toby Spinks well and truly in command of this one. Sagadak looking solid in second position. There is Sagadak on your screen, followed by Goddard and Plum. Sagadak driving the Tony Kart. Goddard in a Birillard and Plum a Paralin. .6 seconds the gap from Spinks back to Sagadak. Then it was Goddard, Plum. We're working lap number 4 of our 12 here. As the sun starts to come down, the lights will take effect. We'll have 4 races to go after this to complete what's been a big Saturday of racing. Kicking off again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Make sure you join us live. Spinks just set a 47.76 against a 47.81 for Sagadak. Our top 5, it's all of their fastest laps of the race thus far. And Scott Gray just did a personal best as Harrison Howie's made up 2 spots after not getting away on that start. Make that 3 now. Goddard trying to pull away from Plum here. It is getting faster out there at the moment. Oh, we've lost Sagadak. So Bailey Sagadak's gone. It's unfortunate. There he is off to the side of the circuit. Pushes the Tony Kart away. It's looking very good too. Bailey Sagadak. Plum now on the tail of Josh Goddard. These engines have a 2-speed gearbox associated with them. And they're direct drive. The axle goes directly through the engine, no chain, like there is in other forms of the sport. Howie's up to 5th now. He's cleared all but Bretherton in the Masters. Oh, Plum had to get on the picks there. He nearly went into the back of Goddard. Goddard solid in second. Howie gets past Bretherton now. This battle's been going right throughout the course of this race. We do have 2 races in one. Bretherton's leading the Masters in front of Scott Cleveland and Adam Wood. This gets past Gray further back. Spinks lead out to 4.7 seconds now. He did a personal best lap the last time through. They're on lap number 8, so they'll have 4 remaining as they come to the line. It's the only real battle on the circuit. Cleveland 2.1 seconds off the back of Bretherton in that Masters battle. Howie's starting to close in on this pair. So he'll be part of this, the Australia 1. He's got the red plate on, denoting a National Cup victory. Spinks' lead, sitting at 4.2. Overnight, an Ipswich local in Lockie Hughes took his first Indy Next victory at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's been on the podium in every race this year. As now, Howie, he's got past Plum. Geez, I thought he was going to pull out there on Goddard, but just played it conservatively. It's actually cost him a bit of ground here that Plum was having a look. Oh, round the outside, nice. So Howie goes up to second spot now. They're on lap 11. So they will be on their last lap the next time they cross the start line. Spinks. It's been a little bit inconspicuous because he's been so far in front. One more to go for Toby. Plum got Goddard as well that lap. Harrison Howie will be pleased with the recovery. It's just weird. There's certainly no trouble with pace, that's for sure. Checkered flag is at the ready for your race leader. And Spinks leads them through. And he gets the checkered flag, so he does it quite easily in the end. Hoey home for second. Then it's Plum. Got the next one through, followed by Bretherton, then Cleveland, Wood, Mathers and Gray. We're going to take a break as racing continues here. We've got KO3 Junior up next. So welcome back to Ipswich K3 Junior. Group A versus B hits the circuit. Our front row were our fastest two in qualifying yesterday, that being Jet Saragi and Jai Flynn, Luke Nolan and Braxton Regan. The second row away. Saragi getting the best of the start. Everyone through the first turn. Couple have come together at the back. One facing the wrong way. 7 of Max Southgate, that was. Everyone getting settled into their rhythm here this afternoon. Oh, Flynn up the inside and takes the lead. They won't get the momentum going down the back straightaway, so everyone will catch up to them. They're all tightly bunched, but Jai Flynn, the Sunshine Coaster, leads the way in a CXR number 10. 38 of Saragi into second. Zach Tucker up to third spot. Luke Nolan holding down fourth position. With Braxton Regan, the next one out there, in fifth place. Johnny right inside the top six. Saragi goes back to the race lead in the 38. Flynn trying to box on with him. Zach Tucker's in the mix as well and throw. Luke Nolan into fourth spot. That's how they run at the minute. Oh, 2 wide, nearly 3 wide. Tucker from third spot goes right through. Oh, Nolan's hung out to dry there. Saragi, he held on to third spot. Behind Nolan is Braxton Regan. He did have a look at him, but then he dropped back. Behind Riley Harrison. Harrison on the move forward. Not sure what happened to him off the start. Down the backstretch they go. Vince Terhorse, quickest lap of the race. Saragi fighting back here. It's been a hectic lap. Tucker leading. Narrowly over Saragi, then Flynn in third. Nolan in fourth spot. Nolan trying to get himself up inside the top 3 here, the Townsville race up. Up through the Autobahn corner. Your race leader goes. Now Saragi. He's right there. A lap ago. Well, a lap and a half ago, he was leading the race. Luke Nolan with the quickest lap of 49.973. As he's now on the tail of Flynn through the flip-flop. Regan still holding down fifth. He's got McGill behind him now, who's got past Riley Harrison. Tucker's lead was only 0.2 of a second. There's Flynn and Nolan racing it out for third spot at the moment as Saragi goes up the inside and retakes the lead over Tucker. Braxton Regan joins the party now as well. Regan's the quickest driver on the circuit. A 49.887. Saragi trying to pull away here. Can't do it at the moment. Nolan hasn't moved from fourth spot. So Braxton Regan catching up to the tail of Luke Nolan here. There he is in fifth spot, right behind the number 94, another new quickest lap. It's a 49.691, 0.3 of a second faster than Luke Nolan. 0.2 of a second quicker than anyone from Braxton Regan. Won this category, the opening round of the Australian Championship in Melbourne. Now Regan has a look up the inside. They had a slight touch which allowed McGill to get past Nolan as well. So coming back around to the start line. The end of lap number 7 now. Tucker trying to close down on Jet Saragi to have another crack in the latter stages of the race. Harrison gets past Rissman. Sets a 49.540. Nearly 0.3 of a second between Saragi and Tucker. Down the backstretch they go. Four laps remain now for Jet Saragi up the front. He's put this together nicely. It'll place him well for tomorrow morning's final. Out of the Alley Tracks corner into Brisbane Carts corner. Flynn looks like he's found a bit of pace out there. He took 2 tenths out of those in front of him the last lap. So coming around to complete lap number 9. 3 laps to go for the Kart Republic of Jet Saragi. Luke Nolan's dropped to 9th spot. Not quite sure what's happened there, but he's lost 3. Regan's still in 4th position. He hasn't made a great deal of ground on the group in front of him. So can Zach Tucker mount a challenge in this last couple of laps? As they come to the line on the Capri straight away. Personal best for both Tucker and Flynn that lap. Tucker's trying to set him up for it. The pro karting driver. He's closed in a bit. Onto the tail of Jet Saragi. There's McGill and Harrison. Running 5th and 6th respectively. 1 lap to go. And it's on up the front. Will Tucker have a look? You know that he's definitely going to think about it because Flynn almost certainly will have a look if there's something in front of him, but they're running out of corners. Saragi holding on to it. Tucker's not close enough at Autobahn. Can he get a good run here? Not close enough there either. Corner left remaining here. And it is going to be Jet Saragi who gets it done only narrowly over Zach Tucker with Jai Flynn home in 3rd. Then Braxton Regan. It was McGill, Harrison, Rissman, Terhorst home in 8th spot. Likiti home in 9th. Nolan dropping to 10th. Then Bristow Wright, Mangano, Sugden, Max Johnson, Nick Reed, Henry Fisher, then Dawson, Tressilian, Chesser in 20th spot, and Caius McCurry in 21st. Noah Curry 22nd, and Max Southgate rounding out your finishes. We're going to take a break, and we continue on here in Ipswich. And welcome back to Ipswich. Our KA3 Junior second race, C versus D, is on the circuit. These were third and fourth in qualifying yesterday. Lana Flack on the pole. Xander Watts, the outside front row. Then Alistair Leggett and Oscar Hannock, the next row. Boscarini and Bailey. We are underway. Lana gets the lead into turn one. Everyone's still on track. As Lana leads them out of the RHQ corner. She's had a bit of a quiet start to her junior racing career. Of course, as a cadet, won a round of the Australian Championship a couple of years ago in Newcastle. Down the backstretch we go. Through the on-site Renault Group corner. Alistair Leggett. He's behind Xander Watts in third. Then Oscar Hannock running fourth at the moment. Oh, we've had two that have come together there. It's running through the timing. That was unfortunate. I'll pick that up for you when they come around the next time. But Lana's being pushed by the 57 of Xander Watts. It's been a great day of racing action. Two laps now in the books. One's gone around on the front straightaway, that being the 61 of Jordan Rosso. Oscar Hannock and Alistair Leggett have dropped to the back of the field. Leggett was the one that was facing the wrong way. Flack leading by 0.4 of a second now. Over Xander Watts, Archer Bailey a bit further back in third. Then there's a gap to Boscarini, who's got Schmeissem and Duong right there with him. It's getting a bit spread out at the moment. The 12's got an issue. It's Chevy Thompson done. Alistair Leggett, new quickest lap of the race. But he's back in 21st after that incident earlier on. Lana leading them through the top corner. It's a little battle pack. Oh, the 23 sideways. That's Zane Schmeissem getting past Boscarini. Jackson Duong down in sixth spot. Then Petroni getting past Pitaro for seventh. And we've got a new race leader, Xander Watts. He leads the way now, having got past Lana Flack. Archer Bailey in third. So on lap number 5 at the moment. Lana's name not showing up on your screen, but she's definitely there. So Pitaro's made 2 spots on both Duong and Petroni. Hannock's up to 17th spot now, having got past Webster. Another near quickest lap for Alistair Leggett. Lap number 6. This will be the halfway point in this one. So Xander Watts leading by 0.355. Battle for 10th and 11th out there. Now we're back to the front. With Lana starting to wind up behind Watts. Archer Bailey in third. He's closing in very quickly. He's a couple of tenths quicker than last lap. Now 3 tenths quicker than Lana. Half a second quicker than Xander Watts. So Bailey is on the move at the moment. As we are working lap number 8. Our top 3. Nose to tail. So what can Archer Bailey do here? He's still got laps up his sleeve. The all black helmet. Sitting there in third spot. This is going to be a great final tomorrow. KA3 Junior. So down through turn number 1 with 4 to go. Can Watts hold on here? Or will Flack have a crack? Through the flip-flop. Archer Bailey winding up here. Watts has got a little bit of breathing space. Bailey up the inside. Door gets shut. So Lana holding strong in second position. Out of Howard's Concreting they come now. The top 3 fighting it out. 3 of the best juniors in Australia. Boscarini holding down 4th spot. Schmeissem in 5th. In fact, Schmeissem's got through on Boscarini now. 3 laps remaining. This is a tense fight. It's not over and done with by any stretch of the imagination. Through the right-hander at Autobahn. Down the back straight away. Bailey's going to try and wind up here. Not close enough to have a look. Lana's going for the big move up the inside. She retakes the lead. Bailey having a look. It can't affect anything just yet. Can Archer Bailey. Through the flip-flop they go. Lana Flack leads the way. Out of RHQ they come. Watts has a look. Flack shut the door. And Archer Bailey says, thanks very much. I'll take both of you. The momentum went the way of Archer Bailey. He just snuck up the inside of both Xander Watts and Lana Flack. He's definitely got the speed. Have the others got the ability to try and catch up? Lana looks like she's done. 1 lap to go. She's dropped off the tail of the top 2. It's been a fine drive from all 3 of our drivers out there in this one. Is there another sting in the tail from Xander Watso? Yes, there is. Up the inside he goes. Watts takes the lead. Bailey gets it back. It was a carbon copy move of what he did last lap. Now Lana is the one that's going to have momentum down the backstretch. Watts pulls out the slipstream. The CXR racer. No room for him there. There is now. Great move. Very similar to what Lana Flack did a few laps ago. And Xander Watts, he takes the win. A fine win it is too. Second place goes to Archer Bailey. Then it's Lana Flack. Zane Schmeissem, home in fourth spot. Then Boscarini, followed by Petaro, Petroni. Duong home in eighth. Then Weatherhead, followed by McGrath Guard, Cruz Smith. Then Oscar Hannock, Jack Sydenham, Rathgate. Then it's Leggett, Webster, Neil, Rosso and Dixon. That ends our heat racing for KA3 Junior. We'll take a quick break and be back with X30.
Shut up and sit down.
So X30 hits the track for their final 12-lap heat race. Isaac McNeil on the pole. Brody Whitmore on the outside front row. Brady Norris out of position number 3 in the 26, and Jet Kukoski out of 4 in the 8. Then it's Hughes, March, Miller, Stimson, Fraser, Costa, Cadado, Gathercole and Jacobson. Set for a start away. Oh, geez, it was tight through there. They all get through though. A lot of touching going on. But it's McNeil who's assumed the early lead aboard the number 11. Norris gets passed by Whitmore there. The New South Welshman now into second. They're coming around to complete their first lap. It's McNeil, Whitmore, Norris and Hughes, Kukoski, March and Fraser. Miller, Costa and Cordado's your top 10. McNeil's lead half a second. Last year's double junior Australian champion. First driver to ever win both junior championships. Whitmore boxing on here in second. End of lap number 2. New quickest lap for Norris. Oh, one's gone around. Is that Norris? Yes, I think it is. It is Norris facing the wrong way. Now he rejoins, but he's lost all sorts of position out there. Keegan Fraser, new quickest lap, down in 6th. Bit of a fight happening in the mid-pack there. That was Ryan Hughes making his way forward. He's got Keegan Fraser on his tail. Norris rejoined in 5th spot. Then March Miller and Kokoski are in that mix as well. Whitmore, fastest lap of the race, in 2nd. Through the video pro corner as the lights start to take effect here. This is a good scrap going on here. Gee, speaking of a good scrap, Brody Whitmore has just jumped into the race leaderboard. The 57. There'll be 7 laps to go when they come around the next time. Whitmore and McNeil have got a fair margin over 3rd place Ryan Hughes at the moment. He's in his own battles with Keegan Fraser and Brody Norris on his hammer. Norris is up to 4th now. There's that fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Fraser's up to 3rd as well. Hughes dropping back to position number 5. Further back, Lockie Costa's lost about 3 places. Working lap number 6. Whitmore's lead, 0.4 of a second. There is Norris on screen, chasing down Keegan Fraser. McNeil responded to Whitmore with a 47.928. Only a few 100s quicker than the race leader. Fraser still holding down 3rd position. Down the backstretch they come now. Oh, one got out into the dirt at the back there. Half a second's a gap after lap number 7. It's Whitmore, McNeil, Fraser, Norris and Hughes. That's your top 5. McNeil hasn't let Whitmore get too far away. He's kept it under that half a second. There's Fraser with Norris recovering from that mistake earlier on. Four laps remaining. McNeil's closed it down to 0.34. Will he have a last quarter dig here, Isaac McNeil? I think the answer to that would be yes. Youngster races almost every weekend, whether it's in cars or go-karts. Three laps left to go in this one. So the gap's still at 0.3 of a second between your race leader, Brodie Whitmore, and Isaac McNeil. So down across the straightaway they go. McNeil goes faster again. 47.676. That plays a 6.98 for Whitmore. They're so evenly matched, these IAME X30 engines. .291 it was the last time these two crossed the line. Keegan Fraser has been in third for most of the race. It's been pretty lonely. Norris hasn't got anything for Fraser at the moment. Whitmore's responded with a 47.667 of his own to extend the lead out to .338. Checkered flag at the ready. As Whitmore goes down the back straightaway, McNeil hasn't got an answer for Brodie Whitmore. Through Howard's concreting and now on-site Renault Group corner. Whitmore takes the win over McNeil. Fraser holds on for third spot. Dennis Brodie Norris, Ryan Hughes, Sam March, Jet Trakowski, Josh Miller, Cordato Stimson, Costa Gathercole and Jacobson to round things off. We're going to take a break. We're heading towards the crescendo of our day here at the IROC. We're live from Ipswich tonight. The good news is we'll be back tomorrow, kicking things off at 8 a.m. Cadet 9 on the track now. Felix Sim on the pole. Luke Robinson the outside front. Next row of the grid, Ryder Zhong and Hudson Kelly. Milan Sami and RJ Balboan in the 7. Harry Lack and Ari Jamal on the next row of the grid. Then it's Emerson Mills and Cameron McGrath. Harriman, Jamal, Moon, Farragut, Jones, McPhee, Doyle and Ding. 12 laps on the board. They're underway. No, they're not. We haven't got the lights out. Our officials weren't happy with the alignment. Sim's been good today. Let's see what Luke Robinson's got here. Bringing them around nice and slowly. Ryder Zhong's been in impressive form of late. So too Hudson Kelly. Milan Sami's won both rounds held of the Australian Championship thus far this year. Getting ready for 12. Away. Down to turn 1. They've run away well. Through the right-hander they come now. Robinson it is who leads the way early in this one. Down the backstretch for the first time. Sim into second. As they come to complete lap number 1. They're nice and close. It's Robinson, Sim, Kelly, then Sami, followed by Balboan. Then Lack in 6, Gemmell, then Zhong, Mills and McGrath. That's the top 10 at the end of the first lap. Kelly pushing on here in third position. Out of the Brisbane Karts corner they go. The third generation racer. Oh, Kelly. I've put the curse on him. He's gone around. He's facing the wrong way. And it looks like he's beached. He's trying to get it going, but he's managed to do it. Robinson looking to get one over Sim here. The spin from Kelly promotes Sami up to third. Lack up to fourth. RJ still sits in fifth spot. Followed by Gemmell, Zhong, Mills, Farragut, McGrath. That's a fresh order. Now Sami has a look up the inside of Sim and goes to second spot. So Milan Sami structures his weekend so well. He can now set sail for Luke Robinson, who leads the race. End of our third lap here. So it's pretty nice and evenly poised at the moment. This is a battle for fourth and fifth between Harry Lack and RJ Balboan. But Bowen trying to make his way up the order here. Jensen Farragher further back in the 12. Just set the quickest lap of the race, a 55.5. Big move there for third spot. That was slack on Sim. So Harry's up to third spot now. In fact, it was the other way around, correction. Oh, was Sim moving back into third spot. But Bowen's up to fourth. Trying to effect a move on Sim. This little group, Harry Lack at the back of it. Sim holding on to third. Oh, Bowen thought about a move there, but had to jump out of it as they come back to the start-finishing line. 5 laps done. They'll come streaming on through. Big g'day to everyone who's tuning in on our live stream. Guys doing an extraordinary job. We've had all sorts of weather conditions today to contend with. Milan Sami in second, a new quickest lap for him as he starts to mount the challenge. Bowen starting to mount a challenge here on Felix Sim. Behind them, Harry Lack's got some company as Bowen goes up the inside. It's Ryder Zhong, who's just got past Harry Lack, in fact. So Zhong with a bit of pace. Milan Sami, he's leading the way over Robinson now. We're at the halfway point. Now look at this group. They've all closed up. The entry level of racing, this is where it can start. So Bowen in third there. Has the charge of the Light Brigade going on behind him. And up the inside goes Sim, and Zhong says, I'm going as well. And Lack tries to take advantage of that also as they head down to the hairpin. Oh, that's on for the race lead as well. They were side by side through the hairpin. There they go, Sami and Robinson. Seven laps down. They're fighting it out. There in 30 is Sim. There's Robinson on the tail of Milan Sami. Will Robinson have a look here? The two Paralins fighting it out through the left-hander now onto the front straight. So Robinson pushing on here, trying to get himself in position to make a pass. It's still Sim holding down third with Zhong all over the back of him in a Rush Performance cart. Then Bowen, Lack and Jamal. They're all in it. There's the 68 of Luke Robinson. He's all over the tail of Milan Sami. Sami starting to be concerned, as he well should be, because Robinson just goes straight up the inside. and takes the race lead now. There's a bit of a drama going on further back. Our big group has been split. Harry Lack dropped the position, so too RJ Balboan with Ari Gemmell going up to position number 5 aboard the 20 cart. Robinson and Summy, they're head and shoulders above the rest of the field at the minute as we work lap number 10. Down the back stretch they go. Here's this battle between Sim and Zhong. Zhong goes up to third spot now. Gee, that's a wild line that Sim was using. Which has allowed Gemmell to go up another spot. And he's now into fourth. Sim dropping back to fifth. He went extremely wide through the final corner. Now this is a battle in sixth for third spot with Jensen Farragher jumping onto the back of it as Sim goes back to third place now. Oh, look at Balboan up the inside. He gets past Zhong. So Zhong's dropped back a couple of spots. To the start line they come. Luke Robinson gets the last lap board. Gemmell up to third. Balboan to fifth. Oh, big move. Summy on Robinson. That was huge. At the Revolution race gear flip-flop. Balboan sends it. He goes up a place. He's getting the instruction from Dad Roddy. Down on the infield. Robinson's going to have a look at Summy at the hairpin. He goes deep. Gets the race lead. But as they come around, it's going to be Robinson who left it with 2 corners to go and gets it done. Summy in second. Gemmell comes through for third spot, that being Ari. Then it's RJ Balboan, Ryder Zhong, Black, then Sim, Farragher, Mills, Moon, Harriman, McGrath. In 13th spot was Cooper Gemmell. Then Doyle, Jones, McPhee, Kelly and Ding. We're going to take a break here at Ipswich. We've got 1 to go, our KZ2 race. That's coming up shortly. And welcome back to IROC here at Ipswich. Our final race of what's been a mega series of heats today. KZ2 comes to a standstill. Jack Preston looking for 3 from 3. Sagadak out of 2. Tom Hunter out of 3. Ensby, Wells, Parker and Webster. We're in the starter's hands. We're away. Good start from Preston. As you've become accustomed to, 12 laps on the board. Sagadak looking for a fight back. These two have been a dominant force in KZ2 here today. Ensby got a good start there. He's sitting in third in the CRG. They go through Video Pro for the first time. Tom Hunter in fourth. Back to the line they come. Preston opening a half-second lead at the start of this. Sagadak trying to push on here in second position. So they head to the Video Pro corner. We'll be back tomorrow morning with our finals, kicking off at 8 o'clock. Out of Howard's concreting comes your race leader to complete lap number 2. Sagadak's the quickest out there at the minute. So Sagadak making the move across to Birrellart this year. Backing from IKD, John Target in his corner. Ensby doing a great job in third spot out there at the moment. Another near quickest lap for Bailey Sagadak. He's right there. It's about the most competitive KZ race that we've seen all day. .46.803 that time. Tom Hunter still fourth. Brett Wells, good to see him back with us here at IKC. Matty Parker's still out there. So Sagadak really taking the fight up to Jack Preston here. Sagadak's cart on screen looks like it's handling better at this stage of proceedings. Sagadak all over the back of Preston now. Preston driving it hard. It is somewhere like 25 to 30 gear changes a lap around here. So Bailey, what's he got? The local driver. He's become a great exponent of this. Jack Preston, of course, last weekend won the second round of the Australian Championship in South Australia, his first ever AKC round win. Ensby third, followed by Hunter. Then Wells in fifth spot and Matty Parker rounding out our field in position number 6. We're halfway through this final race of the day. Both Preston and Ensby, first and third respectively, set their best lap times the last time through. Sitting at .237 now. The gap from Preston to Sagadak, a new fastest lap for Sagadak. 46.319. Matty Parker's still out there in sixth spot. He's been out on the national scene a little while now too. Now Sagadak starting to position the cart to line up Jack Preston. With this style of racing, you've got to be very precise and decisive when going for a move. Down through turn number 1. Here comes Ensby towards us now on screen, followed by Hunter. Oh, Sagadak getting ragged out there. Preston gets up on a ripple strip. We're on lap number 9. Sagadak is dearly love to get a win here to round off his day. The end of lap number 9, 3 remaining. Preston responds to Sagadak. Similar lap time between the pair of them. It's sitting at .187. Oh, Sagadak, he's having a go. He's having a real go. To Video Pro they run. Not quite there. Out of Autobahn. Lap starting to wind down for Bailey Sagadak in second. It's getting tight between Ensby and Hunter as well. They cross the start-finish line. This is where Sagadak's been really good in this part of the race circuit. Preston's responded each time he's been challenged, though. Sagadak not close enough at the moment. He's going to have to wind it up. He'll only have a lap to go. There's Ensby in third. So one more lap to go. Can Preston hold on here? Or will Sagadak have a major crack at him? Again picks up the sparks off the ripple strip. Checkered flag being unfurled. A couple of passing opportunities remain. I think Preston's got this one though. Despite the fact that Sagadak did the quickest lap of the race the last time by. Down the backstretch they run. Checkered flag at the ready. Preston comes through. And he will get the checkered flag. Takes the win. The perfect day. Sagadak was strong in second. Ensby holds on for third over Hunter. And then waiting on now for Brett Wells and Matty Parker to come through. Well, that concludes our day here at the Ipswich Race of Champions. We'll be back again tomorrow morning. Make sure you are tuning in. Until then, farewell and good night. My name is Matt Payne. We'll be back at 8 o'clock in the morning.
We, the drivers, team members, parents, mechanics, suppliers and supporters of karting in Australia, acknowledge that participation in our sport is a privilege that we enjoy. Being a participant in karting brings with it responsibilities to conduct ourselves as we ourselves would like to be treated, which means to act with respect towards our clubs, opponents, officials, volunteers, and to the sport of karting generally. There is great merit in winning, and success brings with it great joy, but that success must never come at all costs. Winning is only meaningful when the competition is fair. Self-worth is not based on whether we win or lose, but how we win or lose. It is important to win with dignity and lose with grace, and that sport must always be kept in perspective. We recognise that our sport of karting is greater than ourselves as individuals. that cheating, unfair practices and unacceptable behaviour undermines the stature of our sport and all who participate in it. We will strive to always keep a positive attitude and to make a positive contribution to our sport and our club for the betterment of karting. We acknowledge and thank our club, officials, volunteers and administrators, knowing were it not for them, there would be no race in which we compete and no sport for us to enjoy. What matters most is the challenge of the race, sportsmanship, maintaining our self-respect and respect for our opponents while racing fairly and creating a positive sporting experience both on and off the track, so that we can find the true joy in our sport and most of all, create a community where people want to participate and where fun and safety are paramount.